Good evening. This is the call to order for the regular Board of Aldermen meeting at the Salado Municipal Building, 301 North Stagecoach Road, Salado, Texas. Date's April 17, 2025, and the time is 6:30 p.m. Mr. De La Rosa, please call the roll.
Mayor, you have a quorum present.
Thank you, sir. As we begin this Board of Aldermen meeting, let us take a moment to reflect on our shared commitment to serve the diverse community of the Village of Salado. We invite all present, regardless of faith, belief, or philosophy, to join us in a spirit of unity, respect, and compassion. May our deliberations be guided by wisdom, our decisions rooted in fairness, and our actions driven by the common good. Whether you find inspiration in the higher power, the bonds of humanity, or the wonders of nature, let us work together to build a culture where every voice is heard and every individual is valued. Let's take a moment, please. Thank you. Please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the salute to the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. We pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Item 1, public comments. The Board of Aldermen welcomes comments from citizens on issues and items of concern not on the agenda. Those wishing to speak must sign in before the meeting begins and observe a 5-minute time limit when addressing the board. Speakers will have one opportunity to speak during this time period. Speakers desiring to speak on an agenda item will be allowed to speak when the agenda item is called. Inquiries about matters not listed on the agenda will either be directed to staff or placed on a future agenda for Alderman consideration. First up, Mr. Patrick Bourne. Do you want to speak now, sir, or do you want to speak during? I prefer to speak on the agenda item. On the agenda item? At the agenda item. Okay, all right, good enough. Mr. Fleischer.
So, my name is Tim Fleischer. Is this on? Are y'all in? Okay. My name is Tim Fleischer, and I'm going to use the address, which is not my home address, but is the address of 95 South Church Street, which is the home of Salado Masonic Lodge, an institution of almost 160 years. On April 26th, from 11 to 2 p.m., Salado Masonic Lodge is holding a crawfish boil. And we are raising money. All of our proceeds are going to go to Heart and Hands Ministries, which is a local food bank that serves economically disadvantaged families from Salado, Holland, and Bartlett. They have 2 monthly distributions of food to these families. And I know this because they're just 2 doors down from my newspaper. But we're going to hold a crawfish boil on Saturday, April 26th from 11 to 2. You can get tickets to pre-order your crawfish boil tickets at Salado Lodge number 296.com. You can also buy them the day of the event. This event will be held at Barrow Brewing. And I think events like this are what make Salado, Salado. And I hope that the Board of Aldermen will consider this in their later deliberations. But I hope to see all of you. And I hope to see everyone in this crowd on Saturday, April 26th. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak during public comments, or I have a bunch for a specific ordinance? Okay. Then we will move on to item 2, consent agenda. Approval of the minutes of April 3rd, 2025, the regular Board of Aldermen meeting, acceptance of the Police Department monthly report, acceptance of the Tourism Department monthly report, acknowledge receipt of petition for release from the Village of Salado's extraterritorial jurisdiction, received on March 31st, 2025 from Larry Roseman. Acknowledge receipt of petition for release from the ETJ, received March 25th, also from Larry Roseman. F is receive petition for release of from the Village's ETJ, also Larry Roseman. That's it. A through F. Alderman Graham, any questions?
No questions.
Alderman Hurst.
No questions.
Alderman McDonald.
No questions, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Bell.
None.
Okay. Any public comments on the consent agenda? Nope. I'll open it up for motion.
Mayor, I make a motion to accept the consent agenda as written.
Motion made by Alderman McDonald to accept the consent agenda as written.
Second.
Second by Alderman Hurst. Any further discussion?
Question.
Question called by Alderman Graham. All in favor of approval of the consent agenda as presented, say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, say no. Any abstentions? It passes 4-0. Item 3, discuss and consider possible action regarding any item removed from the consent agenda. There are none. Item 4, Village Administrator's Report. Mr. De La Rosa.
Okay, let's see here. Let's go to the sales tax collection report. You'll see for April 2025, we received 60,905, and then you'll see the two previous years, 2024 and 2023. So, in 2024, about a $6,000 increase. So, any questions on sales tax collections? Okay.
You do?
Not on sales tax.
Very good. Let's move on to that slide, Salado Center. Wanted to, at the request of Alderman Graham, he wanted an update on community development projects. So you'll see the Salado Center. You're gonna hear later a variance request from one of the businesses that potentially may be going into this site. So it's not totally gone out public, but the point is, it's very simple to tell, that they're certainly looking at Salado. But we've identified 4 sites that have already, we're having lots of contact on. We have a potential 5th one, so let me just kind of, a coffee place, taco place, a chicken place, an auto parts, and a bank are all proposed to go in that development. And Ms. Pence had a conversation with Collins family, and they continue to have other discussions into the part of the new phase 2 development, the phase 2 area. You'll also see a phase 3 on the far left side. Not all of that is within Salado. Some of it is within the city of Belton, either their ETJ or their city limits. So as soon as this plat gets filed for that Salado Center Drive, you're going to see activity even on the Belton side, because as soon as that plat is filed, that's our access to those sites. So now, and more activity will certainly spur more, Mayor and Alderman. So today, I had a conversation with a local developer, and they're having discussions with a 200-acre development that needs to connect to our sewer plant. So part of that discussion is how do they traverse across this other developer's property. So in all likelihood, they'll reach an agreement to utilize proposed future right-of-ways to get access. So that's a 200-acre development, 600-plus homes on the south side of 2268. So, and then we continue to, when it comes to our wastewater, when I came on board, based on the number of accounts we had, and it was about 130, 150, we are upwards of 300 accounts now. So that's good, which means a lot of it is new commercial, some is residential, and some is that has been on our system for some time, not paying sewer fees. So all in aggregate. So if you have any specific questions, or maybe we all hear rumors, right? There's a lot of movement out there, a lot of exchange of land, sales and so forth. You might see what's going on at the College Street, at Royal Street. That's a local builder, owns 3 companies. They're moving into, used to be titled 300 Royal Street. The actual address is 120 Royal Street. So we're starting to get those types of discussions. We also have something at Salado Plaza at Van Beeler. So an existing structure, adding more structures, going through some replating. So we're having many of these types of discussions, and that'll be also a business that operates out of that site. Questions?
Phase 1 and 2 are within our footprint, correct?
Phase 1 and Phase 2 are a portion of Phase 3 that borders the west side of that property, just above where you see 1, 2, 3.
Right.
The roadway that connects from Salado Center Drive to Large Trail is Kelts Drive. So a portion of those 2 platted lots, there's some land that still goes north, and there'll be another roadway through there. I think part of the road's already built already, but it's not been brought into the city. Yeah.
So tax revenue from 1, 2, and a portion of 3 would come to the village once this is fully built out.
Yes, sir. You'll start seeing, construction, usually anywhere from 4 months to 6 months for most of these. So you'll see sales tax or something probably within 2 to 3 months after that. Okay. That's sizable. But the property taxes, they hit the tax roll. It won't really count until January 1st of 2026. So you'll see it at the end of the year. So that'll be a little slower coming. So most of these developments, it's a 3 fiscal year cycle by the time you really start seeing the benefits from these.
Without getting into the non-disclosure type information, is there anything you can tell us with respect to when we can expect to see some of this starting to be fully operational, in terms of like Site 1 will be ready on or about X date or anything like that, or is that too premature?
No, you'll see, as a matter of fact, those 4 pad sites are ready to pull the trigger. You approved the plat recently, the development agreement with it. The final steps, the filing of the performance bond and the letters of credit will occur on Monday. And once we have that, we anticipate filing the plat on Tuesday. But they're ready to start moving.
Okay, and then final question I have, and this one's a little bit rhetorical, but I'm going to ask it anyway. 200-acre development with 600 homes. Before they can be issued a certificate of occupancy, they have to have certificate from TCEQ and whatever water provider is going to be providing for them, that they will be able to provide water for those households, correct?
That is correct. It is my understanding that the Salado Water Supply will release that CCN. They will get their own water source. And as far as wastewater, their plan is to connect to our system. But you can do, they own the land. They can certainly do certain things. There's a well on site. But the idea was that there was going to be commercial along 2268, and there's a pond there, and then beyond the pond, there was going to be upwards of 600 plus homes.
All right. All right, Mayor. Thank you.
Alderman Hurst. I have no question. Alderman McDonald?
Yes. Mr. De La Rosa, I know we talked about the 300 that are tapped into the sewer, as you were discussing, and some there. We're letting them know that they're tapped in based on doing research. At this point right now, where are we at with letting those individuals in our community know that they've been tapped in and they've been paying the bill? What is the process?
Yeah, once we've identified them, we start inspecting to see if we can, we start investigating with the Bell County Public Health to determine whether they have an approved septic system that's still operating. If they do not, then we make contact. If we can't see on the property, then it's to be, if not, we believe we know where the connection points are at, that we can actually locate it within the right-of-way.
Understood.
So we have at least 3 residential properties along Royal Street, and we have some on the western side of I-35 that are businesses. And we're looking at probably 3 different locations along Main Street. So we're talking 6, 7, 8 places, 2 places on the west side of I-35.
That's significant. Thank you, sir. No further questions, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Bell?
None.
Thank you. So you got, Manny?
No, sir, that's it. Any questions? None?
All right, next up, 5, discussion and possible action. Out of respect for the multiple folks who have shown up to speak to this agenda item, if the board will allow it, I want to move item M up to the front. Any objections to that from the board?
No, I'm good.
Okay, so
Go ahead.
item 5M. Discussion of possible action to approve ordinance number 2025 TAC 13, an ordinance of the Village of Salado, Texas, repealing and replacing ordinance numbers 2018 TAC 08, 2017 TAC 12, 2015 TAC 01, and 2011 TAC 05, regulating itinerant vendors, peddlers, and mobile food vendors, and regulating mass gatherings of more than 250 persons within the village limits, and providing findings of fact, penalties, effective date, repealer, severability clause, and proper notice in meeting. Mr. Del Rosa?
Okay, this is complex. We, 1, 2, 3. You're repealing, at least we're proposing that you repeal 4 ordinances. When any vendor goes to look to see what the requirements are for either vendors, solicitors, or special events, they were all over the board, not well defined, and in the past year, we've had many discussions, let's see, since about last summer, when we started realizing that we needed to revisit this. So over the last probably 3 months, we've been working on this ordinance. So we decided that repealing was going to be the best approach. Conversations I've had with others, specifically to this ordinances, this was done not only by staff, but also with legal review. We looked at research was done by myself, by Ms. Pence, and some of it was shared with our city attorney. They represent other cities that also have these type of ordinances. So the part of we needed to establish a better fee structure, how we handle these mobile food vendors. We're touching paper a lot more times, and for the return and for the fees that we're collecting, so let's visit what the fee structure is in the area, not just in Salado but around Bell County, and then we looked at Central Texas to see exactly are we where we need to be for this region. You don't really have a lot of mass gathering language utilized here. That's the language in the statute. They utilize special events. So we looked at the fee structures, and we actually we try to look exactly how the fees work, how they're doing it, how they calculate these types of events. We looked at the zoning that other cities have. For example, Belton has an entertainment district, and it's got its own set of conditions. Your ordinances are not set up in that manner. So most of your business is either local, retail, or commercial, and not the residential, and you've got single family, 721, multifamily, right? I mean, you've got about a half a dozen different zones. Some cities have a dozen zones, and some more stricter than others, okay? So we went through this trying to establish, so when we have special events, large gatherings, depending on sizes, I know that the mayor and I get all sorts of phone calls, text messages, events, we don't know, and some of them create a police response. Some create a fire response. We've entered into an agreement with Bell County ESD number 1. They respond to some of these places. They can't get they cannot traverse onto the property with their emergency vehicles. We have places where they bring them out on some type of ATV out to the street so they can be loaded up because you can't get on the property. We have people everywhere and no accountability. So you are subsidizing a lot of your police personnel for activities with no return. right? That's not having an officer or two on duty to respond to accidents or respond. But when we show up an assault like we did this last weekend at a place here in town, it takes our officers. We have other activities that are much larger. Well, they may be controlling the environment within the property, but they're not controlling the environment once they leave. So we'll have either intoxicated folks, we have pedestrians walking on the roadways, we don't already have very good lighting. So you have liability when it comes to, because there's not enough street lighting, right? We all appreciate the nighttime initiative and dark skies, but it comes at a cost, okay? So people park at the, by the Cadence Bank on this side of the freeway and walk across the bridge to go to establishments on the west side. It's dark, right? So if we, how do you pay for the police officers? We have 8. That includes the chief. And we have enough coverage as long as nobody's in school, nobody's on vacation. If not, we're spread thin, and then we have to pay overtime. But when we have an incident and you have exposure, and the exposure is, I pulled up the articles and I shared them with the city attorney. In November of 2021, a rapper by the name of Scott Travis had an event at Astroworld. City of Houston got sued, Harris County got sued, they owned the venue. The city got in trouble, so the governor established a task force to look at how do you manage these events. So he created a task force because there was 10 fatalities from that event. People got trampled. So I was, you know, and in today's world, when you have active shooters, you've got people pulling out knives, long knives, whatever, right? It's just a matter of time. And this is what I hear. Well, it's not happening yet. I've been in business for X amount of years. Wait till that one day. So that task force report came out a year later, and it had some recommendations, about 10. I've shared that with the police department, I've shared that with the city attorney, and I've shared that with you as to why I was writing this into. You weren't even issuing special event permits, much less mass gatherings. I just tend to use the statutory language. There is a mass gathering statute that governs county government. You establish yours by ordinance. Okay? So this is not new, only new to you, and you're now having to consider it. So the fee structure can always be amended. You know, some of them have a lot of events, and you can negotiate it. Nonprofits, you can certainly waive them. You have an agreement with the state of Texas for music-friendly groups, so therefore they are operating something under your umbrella, not under your direction, not your day-to-day operations, but you have that agreement with the state of Texas through the governor's office. You have an agreement with the Salado Museum. You have an operating, you know, an agreement that certainly makes them a nonprofit. They provide a community service. These decisions should not be made by management unless they're pretty standard. It is up to the Board of Aldermen as the governing body to determine when people have activities on public right-of-ways, public lands, including private property. You're here to protect them. There's a public safety component. There's how do we respond with our police, with our fire personnel, with our EMS, and are we providing a safe environment for all that are here? So it is nothing about trying to establish more authority on private property. We already inspect people's homes, businesses for life safety. Public safety is just another component of what we do. I'll stop there so you can pose any questions for me.
Okay. Alderman Graham?
I don't have any right now.
Alderman Hurst?
I don't have any right now.
Alderman McDonald?
I'll hold until if there's any other further information. Thanks, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Bell?
Couple questions, Manny. I know you talk about police, but is there a way to make a provision in here rather than having maybe such a high amount for a permit that they have to provide police protection based on the number of expected people that come.
Yes, sir. We did. We have worked at a place where we actually, based on the number of personnel, they would be required to have X number of officers at a at a rate. Those rates for police officers, right? They generally run. You could ask Sergeant Dutchy. They run about $50 to $65 an hour. So say that it's, let's just say $50. It's 4 hours, right? That's $200 times how many officers? It's not usually 1 or 2. It's based on the number. It can be as many as 6 or 10. Remember, I come from a place, we held events up to 6,000 people. This is not my first time to see how we handle the type of event. So start looking at the fees. They still have to maintain some type of containment and security within the site. But you start adding hours, and that's certainly doable, and I can certainly rewrite this thing. It does get costly. So you're just shifting it from one place to another.
Well, any mass gathering event's going to have cost to it.
Yes.
I mean, we understand that.
Yeah.
It's a matter of, what is the attempt here? My other comment or question would be on the market day, farmer's market, why can't that be an annual fee similar to what we do for the mobile food vendors down here? Just make it a 25, a farmer's market, really, we're gonna hit them for $25 every time they show up in town?
Yeah, and that's up to you. Yes, sir.
And to me, that seems like, hey, if they're gonna come every month and charge them an annual fee of $25, then they're likely to show up every month and still come to town, and everybody gets the benefit of the farmer's market rather than hitting them for $25 every time they come. And that's just my opinion.
Yes, no, I'm not opposed to it, but I did not realize that farmers markets were regulated. There's definitions, there's requirements. So I just assumed, just like the mobile food vendors, I'd rather deal with that paperwork one time. So if it's $25 for one time and we don't deal with it, but
that's all I have. I'm interested in some of the comments that we're going to hear. So I'm done there.
All right, I will open this up to public comments at this time. Again, we're going to observe a 5-minute time. I got a stack here, and typically, if I've got this many people that are going to want to speak to one agenda item, I'll say, amongst yourselves, pick 2 or 3 people to speak on your behalf. But I'm going to allow comments from all of these. So let's just get started. What?
How many are there?
Enough that I should let 2 people speak on behalf, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to let everybody speak. 1, 2, 8.
You're not obligated to the full 5 minutes.
Huh?
They're not obligated to the full 5 minutes.
So, Mr. Donnie Bratton. When you get to the mic, state your name and address, please, for the record.
My name is Johnny Bratton. I live at 273 Eagle Rock, Salado, Texas. I'm going to read some stuff I have here so I don't get confused, and then a few comments afterwards. So please bear with me. Good evening. My name is Johnny Bratton. Josh, my son, was unfortunately engaged in a prior engagement and unable to be here. He's out of town. But I'm going to speak on his behalf also. We would like to address the special events ordinance before us tonight. My son and I have owned and operated Johnny's Steaks and Barbecue since March 25, 2002, growing it over the years and adding an outdoor special event center in 2013. We host numerous local events benefiting local organizations, as well as live music concerts. We work to ensure the safety of our patrons attending these events and employ off-duty law enforcement at all concerts. And the law enforcement that we employ are highway patrolmen, Department of Public Safety, and local police officers if they're off duty. We have never had to call a police officer in during these 12 years. We have security at the gate coming in and going out, and that's the Department of Public Safety. We've had one instance where we had to bring an ambulance in. We have been approved. We have correct ingress and egress to the venue itself. We've had them bring an ambulance inside the venue up to the table where the woman had passed out because of heat, and got her in the ambulance and left, and we shut the gate. So we've got good facilities there. We've had the county fire department recently come and inspect our facilities to make sure we had fire extinguishers in the right places and enough of them. And he gave us a clean bill of health. We work to ensure the safety of our patrons attending these events. We have hosted these, I said that, for 12 years without the proposed oversight from the village, without incidents, and would ask that you recheck the legislation requiring a permit from private businesses on a per event basis. I feel that this is a huge overreach from the village into the private business sector, and ask you as alderman to stop this overreach immediately. The proposed tax is not enforced in our neighboring cities of Temple and Belton. Johnny brings in many visitors from out of town to enjoy the local businesses in Salado. The people generate income for local businesses and in turn the village of Salado. Johnny generates a significant amount of tax revenue for the village in the form of sales tax, alcohol tax, and property tax. We don't feel that a targeted tax on a business is fair. I value this village and its citizens and look forward to working with you to better our community. Now, just offhand, I would like to explain how we run our Johnny's Outlet, which I've been speaking about. It is completely a separate entity from the restaurant. And otherwise, it is a business within itself. We do a lot of caterings. We do a lot of events for the school and public organizations there that will have more than 250 people. But that's our business because we feed them. And these concerts, like I said, we feel that we're self-taken care of. We make sure that we have plenty of law enforcement, availability for ambulances inside the venue, and in case of fire, plenty of fire extinguishers, and if we needed to evacuate it, the fire marshal has said we have enough exits to evacuate it very rapidly. So I would like to thank y'all for giving me this opportunity to speak, and I hope that you will take into consideration that we're a business. We're not somebody that comes in and has one event and may come back in a year. We do it on a weekly basis, if not a daily basis. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Alan Sandor.
Alan Sandor, 501 Van Diver, Salado. I'll be brief. I just want to ask the Board of Aldermen to give consideration to tabling this and maybe doing a workshop if that's a possibility with a lot of the business owners that might be affected by this, especially the ones that generate large crowds often.
Thanks, sir. Gail Allard.
Gail Allard, Salado Oaks, 1308 Salado Oaks. Just to kind of second the same, I would hope that we could table any further movement on item 5M. I think you need to bring in, you can look through the tax roll, see who your big hitters are, bring those folks in, and have an open conversation with them about proceeding with your stakeholders. You know, a lot of cornerstone folks that this will potentially affect, and I think the word that I heard today was blindside. I know everybody's got the same spot to get the same information from. Some of them didn't know until a couple of hours ago. So, hey, this might affect y'all. A phone call, a text message. Take a look at this. You know, let's look at it together and see if this is something that we all need to talk about and come together and figure out how to make this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jennifer Allard.
Jennifer Allard, 1308 Salado Oaks Drive. Yeah, so I just need some clarity on this because, and maybe it was a typo, but here it says mass gatherings of 250 or more. But when you read the appendix and the agenda, it says 500 or more, and then it goes. So I want to know what's the real number, number one. I think that, yes, the businesses should be involved in offering some opinions because they will be penalized. And like Gail said, some of your cornerstone businesses that bring in a lot of tax revenue really should not be penalized. I agree with what this gentleman says. Yeah, other cities and towns do it, and I think there should be maybe something, but it's too vague. Like, it's too vague. And I don't know much about law enforcement, but I'm a part of the Regional Advisory Council in Belton, which is EMS. I'm on the cardiac board, so I'm the co-chair of the cardiac board, but I do know the trauma board. And so if we need to come up with a plan for emergency vehicles to come in, we can certainly do that. So, for all these other entities. But, you know, we've got the Christmas stroll that brings in a ton of people. So, you know, why are you going to regulate mom and pop businesses when you've got a ton of people coming in on a regular basis or for events? So, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Hill.
Katie Hill, 1221 Baines. Thanks for your time. You ready? Oh, I'm going. Okay. Okay. A few months ago, the mayor informed me that the village was working on a special event ordinance. I asked to be included in that conversation as a stakeholder and event producer. I was not. I hope you don't mind me taking a few minutes of your time tonight to speak on this draft ordinance. As it is written, Ordinance 2025-13 overreaches by attempting to regulate business activity on private property. That is a major overstep. I'm speaking not only for myself, but for other business owners like Johnny's son, Josh Bratton. He asked me to share tonight his own strong opposition to this ordinance. And again, he would like to request, and I too, that this be tabled for the next 30 days to allow for further public comment and stakeholder input. To my knowledge, no municipality in Bell County has a special event ordinance as restrictive or overreaching as this one, and certainly not one that tries to control activity on private land. Why does Salado think it needs to resort to this? When it comes to mass gatherings and special events, Barrow Brewing has operated for 9 years as a responsible business and event producer. By coordinating with law enforcement, hiring private officers, going above and beyond to ensure the health and safety of our guests, not because you require it, but because it's simply good business. The permitting fees in this ordinance, Exhibit A, are exorbitant. No other municipality in the surrounding area has such high fees. These charges will push events and business out of Salado. If the goal is to generate revenue to offset the infrastructure strain, the public safety costs of this special event, let's not forget that these events are already contributing through increased tax revenue and economic activity. These event fees do not support growth, they punish it. When it comes to 5Ks and other races in Salado, I've hosted them here since 2014, always coordinating with local law enforcement weeks and months ahead of time. Your law enforcement knows what's going on, at least when I'm in the picture. Our runs have never necessitated shutting down streets or blocking roads. It's actually already illegal by Salado ordinance to block a public street without permission. Why add another ordinance to fix that problem? That's just redundant. If you're not enforcing the current law, what will this new ordinance do? I have a lot to say, but I want to talk next about the farmers market vendor fee of $25 a day. That will cripple the Salado farmers market. It's been operating at Barrow since 2018, and there's plenty of national and state research that states how farmers market build communities and support local economies. The farmers market is keeping dollars in Salado. Of the 28 vendors coming out this Saturday, 100% are locally owned, locally grown, locally made. I've organized and overseen this market because I saw a need in Salado, and I have the space and energy to work on it. I do not charge the farmers and vendors that come to the Salado Farmers Market because it is their presence that is contributing to Salado being the town we all dream of living in. For the village to charge these farmers and home bakers $25 a day feels exorbitant. It will shut down the farmers market. Finally, this ordinance is too broad. It attempts to address mobile food vendors, peddlers, 5Ks, itinerant vendors, special events, all in one document. But each of these categories has unique considerations. I urge the village to break this omnibus ordinance into separate items so they can be debated and developed thoroughly, thoughtfully, and with input from stakeholders. Thank you.
I want to add something real quick. The perception is that this is about Barrow and the 5Ks. Barrow isn't the only one that sponsors 5Ks in town, and we have had 2 other 5Ks that we were not made aware. Our PD wasn't aware, and our roads were used, and it was a public safety concern. So I get what you're saying, Ms. Hill, but you aren't the only one that runs 5Ks and hosts 5Ks in the village, and other organizations have not reached out. That they have in the past, but there are times where a ball gets dropped or whatever, and then we end up finding out by accident because somebody calls wanting to know why people are blocking the whole road on Van Bibber. So this is what we're talking about here is for everybody. This is not about Barrow. This is not about Johnny's. This is not specific to anybody. This is across the board. Sure.
If you consider stakeholder input on this, the ordinance currently says that nonprofits are exempt. Are they exempt from the permit application, or are they exempt from the fees? That's not clear in the ordinance as it stands.
It says they're exempt, but they still have to file the paperwork and everything. They're exempt from the fees, but they're still required to register.
Okay.
That's what it says.
Thank you.
What I was reading. Must comply with all other provisions of the division.
Angelina Marduena. Can you pull that microphone down, please, and state your name and address?
Hi, my name is Angelina Marduena. I live in 603 Drive.
We can't hear you.
Can you guys hear me now? Hello? Hello? I will be louder than I have taken a few public speaking classes. My name is Angelina Mary Gwen. I live at 2603 Shortney Drive, in Texas. I travel here every Saturday with my family to come do the farmer's market. I understand some of the concerns with safety, public safety, first responders, response times and egress and everything else in between. When it comes to that, I can't speak on the behalf of the ESP or the Sheriff's Department. I can speak on the behalf of EMS though, and I know that with some clarification and meetings with the higher ups, they'll be more than happy to sit down and actually set up extra units out here with personnel, making sure that there's correct points of access with the ambulances, with the stretchers, making sure that we have well-trained medic EMTs out here. We just need heads up. I am employed with Temple EMS, which does run EMS out here in Salado and Delton as well, to include the surrounding county. And if you guys give us heads up, such as Bell County Expo Center, we will be more than happy to sit down with everyone to work out solutions to make sure there's proper response. Because we only have one ambulance out of Salado. If that one ambulance is at someone else's house, you're looking at 30, 45 minutes of response from Delton or Temple, waiting for another unit, and that is if we have a 2 minutes available. So we have 9 total ambulances for all of us. We have 1 cancellation. You guys give us some time to include the businesses and, people doing events, if they want EMS presence, then that's an option. If not, there's other private companies who can outsource to, such as City Ambulance or Acadian. You guys need ambulance presence that isn't running 911 calls on the side. That would be a good option as well. But there's that was the safety concern aspect of it, to make sure you guys are aware that you guys can reach out to higher ups and other companies to ensure that there is a medical first response thing that's set aside for any kind of large gathering or farmer's market or anything else. When it comes to the farmer market fees, I was doing quick math. I didn't hear about this until about 3:30 today, after leaving an appointment from Dallas. So I'm doing everything kind of on the fly. Doing quick math, I counted up about $625 in fees, vendor fees, for every single farmer's market that we do. My family raises money for jujitsu tournaments and for a company. It's a 501c called Pat Cancer. I'm actually wearing a sweater right now and a shirt, but I'm a little silly. So that $625 does come out of, actual fundraising fees that go to cancer research, that goes to medication costs, travel costs to families. We've done other fundraising for other families who have had tragedies in their lives, and have ensured that we help them by raising money and spreading the word. We also do gluten-free, sugar-free tea, which is a huge need in the community, especially with people with celiac or diabetic, or anyone who's trying to better their health or do any kind of special diet where their sugar is restricted for any reason. We have people who come out every Saturday and they restock up on their gluten-free, sugar-free tea, because while they are gluten-free, sugar-free, they're not crumbly. That's always our number one report we get back. Oh my God, it's not crumbly, it's not dry. I have diabetes. My child has celiac. My child has diabetes. My grandmother can't eat sugar anymore. We come here all the way from, we've had people come from Temple, we've had people from Killeen, Copper Cove, so far, the furthest east those had come down here. And then they tell us all the time they spend all day in Salado. They're going to shop around in Salado. I feel that the 25 fee for every single market is high, as Ms. Lee was saying. No one's going to become millionaires off a farmer's market. No one's, going to become rich or it happens periodically, but no one there is charging a bigger amount. No one's breaking the bank. No one's trying to, pocket extra money just because they can. A lot of people there weigh their cost analysis off of the amount of ingredients they're using and the cost of work they're putting in. And people like us, we do donate a majority of that money to the 501c and families in need. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Raymond Hamlin.
Good evening, Mayor, Alderman. Appreciate y'all having me here this evening. I don't want to echo what everybody else said. That wouldn't be any fun for me. Ideally, a lot of y'all who came in this last election ran on transparency, ran on healthy change, and you ran on the trust of the people who voted for you. And these folks, along with others, I didn't tell you my address, P.O. Box 2008, Harder Heights, Texas. Sorry, I get excited sometimes that I get to speak. So ideally, you ran on all those things, and we're asking you now to honor that. You have a chance to let your actions match your words, and really, ideally, even the gentleman who has been here for a while, if you didn't care about the village, you wouldn't be up there. You're definitely not doing it for the pay, right? So ideally, we're asking, you've heard it a number of times, to table this, to do a round table. There's really nothing wrong with that. It would be the right thing to do, and I know in y'all's hearts that's what you're here for. So if you would, please consider tabling this, having businesses. There are a lot of businesses that aren't going to be directly influenced, but they'll be indirectly impacted by this. So ideally, if you would please consider tabling this item, a lot of folks would be very appreciative, and it would give the village and businesses a chance to work together in a harmonious way. You can't get any healthier than that. When you ask their opinion, there's a problem, we need a solution, here's ours. If you don't like it, help us get to that point. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Fleischer.
Tim Fleischer, 912 Cedar Park Circle. I have a business located at 213 Mill Creek Drive, Suite 125, Salado, Village West. Typical charges for an outdoor event fee. It is $15 base charge. They only charge if you are using City of Temple property. So they're parks departments. They do not charge an event fee for private property. They charge $80 to inspect tents, $100 if you're having a carnival, and $260 for fireworks to cover the fire department. The Belton has an assembly occupancy fee for over 200 people is $100. Parker Heights has a special events fee. For a commercial enterprise, it is $45. For a non-commercial enterprise, it is $15. Nolanville has a food truck mobile vendor permit, $100 for a permanent food truck. Now, if you are an occasional food truck, meaning you go to less than 6 events a year in Nolanville, they charge you $5. I think anyone who has read the previous ordinances might be surprised to find out that the farmers market has historically been exempted from any fees. If I'm wrong, I will eat my words, but I don't think I am. A $25 per day fee for every booth of a farmer's market will cost that farmer $675 if they go every weekend from April to October. Some of the logic of charging the mobile food vendor fees has been, we're not getting sales tax from these food trucks, correct? That has been some of the argument. So most of the items sold in the farmer's market are sales tax exempt. So you're not missing out on sales tax because they're selling fresh vegetables, fresh fruits, things grown from the garden. Yeah, there are those that sell jams and jellies and salsas and things of that nature, but they should be collecting their sales tax and paying it on. So, for a farmer's market vendor that operates between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. to pay a $25 permit, with the rationale that we're trying to recover a 1% sales tax from them, they would have to sell $2,500 of loaves of bread, of taxable items. They would have to sell $2,500 of strawberry jam in one day. That's a lot of jam. My greatest issue, if this is about safety, and I don't think it is, I think that's a smoke screen. This has a $1,000 per day fee. $1,000 per day if you dare hold an event with 2,000 people. That's punitive and that's personal. These businesses already have to operate under every state guideline, because most of these businesses that have these events are governed by the TABC. They have to have police officers on the ground. Now, if it's about, maybe someone's going to stumble over in a parking lot across the highway, then perhaps the city should do a better job of servicing the businesses that bring money to town. And perhaps you should look at using some of the hotel motel money for helping these events instead of punishing them.
Anybody else? Yep.
Good evening. Jason Howard, 518 Creek Run Circle. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Board, for this agenda item. I was actually not even planning on stopping by. I was on a walk, and then we just checked the billboard outside. Saw it and decided to poke in and kind of see where the BOA was at. I heard a little bit of the citizens' comments, and I get it. The businesses, they bring tourism here, and that's great. I love it. There are some safety concerns. I have those videos. For example, I'm trying to go to work in the morning on a weekend, and I can't even safely pull out of my streets because I've got joggers and walkers that's taken up the entire width of Chisholm Trail. And they're spread out. And all I got to do is make a left-hand turn. But I don't feel comfortable doing it because I don't want to accidentally hit somebody. I don't want someone to think that I'm going to hit them. And that actually did happen not too long ago. There was a run that was put together at the Civic Center, and I've got a recording of that. I have a newer car. It records everything. It's great. And I honked my horn because they were walking in the middle of the road. Just a light tap, honk. And I was met with a profanity-laced rant and some hand gestures. And all I'm trying to do is go to work. That's all I'm trying to do, go to work. When it comes to businesses and their events, it'd be great if I had some notice that things like this was going on, maybe some barriers up, some sort of notification I could plan a little bit better trying to go to work on the weekends. The other thing too is, I didn't see it in this ordinance, but man, sound. I would really like to go to bed around 9:30 at night on a weekend, but I can't. I got music that I can hear in my bedroom, and I live a mile away. I live in Mill Creek. Why am I hearing that at night on the weekend? Some of us got to work in the morning, just saying. So whatever you guys decide to do, I know this is a tough item, but I got it, businesses matter, but so do the citizens that live here too. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, these kind of things, when it used to be when we had ordinances that came up for consideration, we would hold, I believe it was 2 public hearings. Is that what we're doing in the past, Mr. Del Rosa? 2 readings of that. We weren't required to do that, but we did it in interest of transparency. And what we found was that people weren't showing up to the public hearings. People weren't showing up to the 2 readings. We just held 4 town hall meetings over the course of 4 months. Attendance at that was dismal. I put the information out there, and I've asked, if you have questions about things, call me. We'll talk about it. I've talked to multiple people today, and heard from 8 or 10 different people on this agenda item. Regardless of what the comment was about the smoke screen, it's not. This is about public safety. It's about knowing who's in the village, what events are happening, when they're happening, what procedures are in place from an emergency management standpoint, making sure that all the right eyes have seen the plans as to what happens. And I can speak to this. I have an emergency management background. To look at these plans and say, okay, this is happening on this day. They're saying there's going to be this many people there. We need this many police officers. Exterior of that event, we still have to take care of what's happening on the roads. And when we have vehicles that are parked on the street, or there's a fight that happens afterwards out into a parking lot somewhere, then our PD has to respond to something like that. And we typically have an extra officer on duty just to be able to respond to things like that in case they're tied up somewhere else. So I'll open it up to the board. Alderman Graham, do you have any questions or any comments about any of this?
The only thing did die.
What's your new battery?
Can you hear me all right? All right, good. I understand everybody's position as far as the fees are concerned. I think that there are some areas that are certainly open for negotiation with respect to that. And I also respect that a lot of people are managing their own things internally, but we also have a responsibility as a village to have some governance and have some guardrails on things. And anytime there's an event that happens within the city limits, there should be some level of coordination that takes place between the village and that event. Now, I think that there is room for discussion as far as this is concerned, and we can certainly sit down and talk about it. If everybody's been out of shape about the fee structure on it, I think that's certainly negotiable. But I would tell you, in talking with the board or talking with Manny and the mayor, this is truly about coordination, safety, communication, making sure that everybody knows what's going on, so there's no hiccups one way or the other. And I think that we can work with that. I'm not opposed to the idea of tabling this. I understand the frustration of the mayor and Manny, because I think this information has been pushed out on more than one occasion. But that being said, if the village has your attention now with respect to this, then by all means, let's come to the table and talk about it. But I do think there's a need for safety. I think there's a need for coordination, and I think there's a need for governance, and there's some merit behind this paper that's sitting in front of you in terms of what we need to do with this. That's all I have.
Alderman Hurst.
No, I totally agree. I mean, there's safety coordination between the village is awesome. I believe also there's negotiable for the prices. And there's nothing wrong with that. But you got to realize this is the only time that this board can get together and talk about these items. So this is the first time of not seeing it, but the first time discussing it between all of us. That's what this board does. We don't sit at a coffee shop and talk about all the stuff. We can't. Somebody get us in trouble for that, so we don't do that. So this is our only chance to sit here and talk about it, discuss it, take your opinions, get everybody else's opinion, to make one product that's correct. That's all I got.
And I'll add to that. It says it on the discussion and possible action. We can't, by law, if Manny sends this to us or the attorney sends it to us, I can't reach out to Alderman Graham on the phone and say, hey, have you read this? What do you think about it? And then talk to Alderman Hurst, and then around the board. We can't do that. So we come here to have these discussions and to hear public comments so that we can make an informed decision. But when where the frustration lies is that when we do have public events, public hearings, and people just don't show up. That's where it's frustrating. So it's hard for us to gauge what it is that the community wants. When we we gave up our time to have these conversations, people just don't show up. So, but I understand the frustration. I certainly do. I think, again, some of these fees can be negotiated, looking at, but, I'll use the one, and I'll go on the high end of this, for 2,000 people for a concert, and the charge is $1,000. That's 50 cents per person. That's not gonna break it. It's 50 cents per person. And there's gonna be review of the plan. We gotta pay our extra police department to be here. We gotta have the fire department take a look at it and do their thing, and their fire marshal, if he's paid, they've got fees that are associated with that. So we're not trying to gouge anybody. But anyway, Alderman McDonald?
Yeah. I first want to say thank you, Mr. Howard, for bringing that point up about the noise. That is a real thing, and I do get those complaints from members of our community as well. Some of them even go to some of these events, but other times they may not enjoy the entertainers or what's going on, and next thing you know, they're here in their homes too. And yes, there are people who work odd hours and all day and night around the community.
Hold on 1 second, please. I'm sorry. That's not the agenda item.
I got you.
We're discussing,
I'm identifying Mr. Howard's point of view. So what I'm getting to say about this is ultimately, sure, there's room to talk about this. There is also room to discuss of all the other things, what Mr. Howard brought up too as well. That's what I'm leading to. So, no, I'd like to finish first though. Yes, sir, but let me finish first.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't.
It's okay, it's okay. But at the end of the day, safety is pretty much a big deal for me. Without getting in the weeds, there's a lot of problems that we have with our city streets here in the village. We all know it, but we also have an issue with unsafe parking practices, walking in the middle of the road. We have a problem with people walking with adult beverages in the middle of the city street. And that's a thing, all right? And I kind of agree with Mr. De La Rosa on this part particularly. It's not a problem until it is. That's how I'm seeing things. It's not a problem until it is. And the benefit of this ordinance ultimately creates that discussion, opens it up to everything from a parking plan. How are you going to set people in place? How are we going to cross roads? How are we going to coordinate? And one last thing I'd like to talk about. I appreciate, ma'am, you talking about what you do at the EMS. I'm also, and for both of you, to be frank, okay? But I'm also going to talk about nonprofit. If you're a nonprofit, it's a moot point, as Mr. Fleischer stated, in some aspects, okay? But when it comes to those individuals who are or not maybe even paying their quote-unquote sales tax and the $2,500 worth of jams and jellies, as discussed, what this does is opens up a conversation in addition to that for people who are or are not following the rules by taxation to be engaged and to engage. I think that's an important part. So where that taxation files in, it applies. If it doesn't apply to you, then don't worry about it. But that's my 2 cents on this matter. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Bell.
I'm gonna take this from a different angle. I have concerns with this when it comes to religious organizations, church or school events. Based on the way this is written, every Friday night football game is going to require them to file. They won't have to pay the $1,000, but they're still going to have to file and get the city's permission in order to have that football game. Every church that goes over 500, Mr. Fleischer's Masonic Lodge goes over 500 people, they're going to have to pay $300 or get it waived since they're a nonprofit. I think there are too many holes in this right now. I don't like the fee structure. I think if we were really serious, we would move the solicitor's permit per day fee to $1,000 and get the people from knocking on my door. You want to solve the problem, there's a problem right there. I'd move that to the highest amount, and you'll eliminate them, or you'll make a lot of cash off of 1 to 2. But to me, this is, I don't have a problem with asking people when they got large events to let us know and do those kind of things. I think the fee structure is way out of line, especially when you compare it with other entities around us. They're nowhere near And I would really like to see us have a discussion with the people who actually do business here and generate sales tax here and put a fee structure together that makes sense, that allows it to be safe and accommodate what's needed for the village as a whole. And those are my 2 cents.
Mayor, if I may respond just
Sure.
to the school districts are known as public facilities, and they're regulated by the Texas Education Code. This does not regulate that. Okay? Churches are rated by building codes as assemblies, and they're rated for the number of occupants in a building. I'm not trying to regulate that. They have a lot of activities. Okay? But a business, a restaurant, this is the first time I'm hearing that it's got a different business name. It's a local retail. That is regulated by zoning. Not rated for assembly, not classified as that in any of the zoning requirements. And there's been very few permits at that site for me to be able to identify that that's what was held there. Local retail. So I understand your comments. You get to decide this. Again, based on the comments that you 5 made, or at least some of you made, this was drafted in accordance with some of those guidelines. You set the fees. I just recommend them.
Okay. Any other questions about, or comments?
No questions.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, go ahead, hold on a minute, Mr. Bratton, you want to say something else? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna, whenever we open the house,
Can you go to the microphone, please?
I'm sure y'all know this, but none of you aldermen or the mayor were on the board at the time that we opened the outdoor venue. But before we could open it, we had to get authority from y'all, the Board of Aldermen and the mayor, to open this facility. We had to get your blessing on it. And y'all did ask us to not play music after 11 o'clock, and we shut down at 11 o'clock. So we've abided by what the former mayor and alderman asked us to do, and I know y'all are a different group, so I'll respect your opinion, but I just wanted to make sure that you realize that. Thank you.
Thank you.
In response to the, Johnny's has abided by.
Ms. Howard, can you state your name and address, please?
Teresa Howard, 518 Creek Run Circle. In response to Johnny saying that they've abided by what was expected of them, there's an ordinance in place currently that says noise should not be heard 50 feet from the instrument or item that is producing the noise. So actually, they're not abiding by those.
Thank you. Okay, any more public comments on this? Any more questions from the board? Mr. Del Rosa, you have anything else you want to add? All right, I'll open this up to a motion at this time.
I'm gonna make a motion that we table this and instruct the village administrator to meet with the mayor and some of our local entities about coming up with a better plan on pricing and rate structure, and that's it.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Bell to table this, and I will second that. Any further discussion on this? Question called. All in favor of tabling this pending further review and discussion, say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Okay, this is what we're going to do. I will put together a task force of local business owners, Mr. Bratton, whoever wants to come in, whoever this affects. And we're not going to drag this thing out into perpetuity. Like, this is something I feel very strongly there are some things in here that need to happen. I'm not one to be reactive. I like to be proactive. I don't want to wait till, and people say, well, we haven't had incidents here, and I'm not saying you, Mr. Bratton, but we could say, well, it doesn't happen in Salado. Well, in the time that I've been here, there are things that have happened in Salado that people didn't think was going to happen in Salado. We had a murder at the rest area. We had a bridge collapse that made national news. That kind of stuff didn't happen in Salado, but things can happen in Salado. And we're trying to do what we can to make sure we put all the controls in place that we can. I don't mean controls for control's sake. I mean in order to protect people's lives and that sort of thing. So if we're going to get a piece of paper out or whatever we want to do to sign up, please, I encourage you, and let's get together and we'll set some meetings up pretty quick, and we can roundtable this thing and come to something that is mutually agreed upon, mutually beneficial. And as I talked to Mr. Bratton today, and I talked to some more folks, this is not an end all here. We were having a discussion, and the discussion was too that we may have to table this and go back to the table and have the discussion, and I'm all for it. So it's not something we're trying to shove down anybody's throat. So contrary to the rhetoric and the narrative out there, that's not what's happening here, and as evidence by what just happened. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate you coming here and getting up and exercising your right to give us your comments. And I appreciate that everybody was civil in those comments. And I hope that we can move forward with that and continue that open dialogue. So thank you very much for being here. If we're going to move on to some of the next agenda items, and we'll get it all worked out. And I will be in touch with you about the date for some of these meetings. All right? Thank you all. Item, where are we at? Item A, discussion and possible action on approving an encroachment agreement between the Village of Salado, Texas and William M. Griffin on encroachment to a 20-foot setback on property located at 600 Willow Street within the village boundary limits. Is this
It's me. I'll take it. Okay, if you'll take it to the last page of that packet of that item, you're going to see a survey. You're going to see Indian Trail left to right, and then Willow Creek. This property is located on Willow Creek. I believe the address is 607, 600 Willow Creek. Have you seen that survey? Do you see it? You'll see that there is a garage. The garage is actually on Indian Trail. Part of that garage is encroaching upon the building setback. Yeah. So this subdivision was platted and approved by Bell County for the city incorporated. So it's a recorded instrument. It's got building setbacks. You can see it. So structure was likely built before the city incorporated, and along with the subdivision, and it now approaches. So the request was for a variance. Well, a variance is done before you construct something like this. So the best way to resolve it is through an encroachment agreement. In other words, they've encroached. Should something happen to the structure, should it get altered in any way, at that point, it needs to be addressed. In other words, while this structure stands in its same position, it can continue that encroachment. But should it ever be altered so there are some rules, building codes. If you do more than 50% remodeling, you've got to bring that up to the codes, right? It includes building. So you'll see that kind of language, but this will allow for the seller to sell the property. And this is what prompted this. And this is what I've been trying to caution people about building without permits, right? You cannot sell and get a title policy without getting this thing resolved, which is why it's before you now. So if you approve it, and we have no problems with that, the recommendation from my office would be that it be approved. It would be signed by the seller. We would actually file this, and the buyers can continue or whatever. They can keep it or sell it, but at least it's been addressed by the governing body. Any questions?
Alderman Graham?
Nope, pretty straightforward. I get it.
Alderman Hurst? No question. Alderman McDonald?
No, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Bell?
I just have one comment. I'm sure this house was built before this village was ever a village.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, and so, the permitting process wasn't a permitting process.
Yes.
So, other than that, no question.
Okay. Any public comments on this item? Okay,
I do have one question real quick. So Mr. Griffin's in agreement with this, right? I mean, this is all,
I've shared the draft documents,
yeah, okay.
so.
yes, ma'am, come on up.
Linda Pearson. I'm from Longview, Texas, and for my dad, Bill Griffin, 600 Willow Creek, Salado. When he built this house in '97, the architect went to Mr. Mackey, I think, who was running the subdivision development, and asked for the permission for this encroachment to save a lot of trees. And that's why they built it this way. And they got the approval from them. They also got approval from the Salado Water Company at the time. So they were told this wasn't an issue. It's a very small, minimal, non-event. And so when my mom passed away, we tried to sell the house. And title companies won't issue title, so nobody can get a loan. So you can only sell it to a cash buyer who was willing to take that on. So that's all we're looking is for this agreement so we can move forward.
Cool. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else? Any more questions from the board? Nope. Mr. Del Rosa, anything else?
No, sir.
Okay, I'll open it up for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve an encroachment agreement between the Village of Salado and William M. Griffin.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Bell to approve as presented.
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Graham. Any further discussion? Question called by Alderman McDonald. All in favor of approving a right-of-way encroachment license agreement by and between the Village of Salado, Texas, as outlined in item B, say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, say no. Any abstentions? That carries 4-0. We got item B, discussion. Item B, discussion of possible action on approving a right-of-way encroachment license agreement by and between the Village of Salado, a Type A General Law City municipality of the state of Texas, and Sanctuary Development Company LLC, a Texas limited liability company. Mr. Del Rosa.
Okay, this is the Sanctuary North Tract, so it's the one that is comprised of the apartments and the townhomes. So the new roadway, its name's South Main Street, connects from the old spur 2268 to FM 2268. It makes a curve within the development near the apartments. Okay, the plat that we will be discussing a couple items down. So the next 3 items after this all relate to the Sanctuary North Tract. There is a monument sign within the public right-of-way at both entrances into that development. Okay? So again, you can have encroachment agreements if you have an agreement with the city. So this is an encroachment and maintenance agreement. So what I've asked is that they have an agreement with this. So in other words, if the item gets damaged, well, now let's take a step back. If when you approve the plat and that monument sign is there, it's no longer their sign. The city sign on our public right of way. I think the intent was they wanted a signage. They did. But I've also asked that we not be responsible for paying the electricity on that signage that may be connected to the street lights. And if the signage gets damaged, it is their sign, theirs to repair it, and not the liability of the village. So I'm recommending approval, and this will correct that. It may not be all complete. I think we are dealing with 4 different tract owners within that development, as I found out either late yesterday or early this morning. So, and that's part of the plat. So, we're not just dealing with the Billy Hanks family or the Hanks family. We're dealing with Reef, which is Water's Edge, and apparently there are 2 other tract owners. So, trying to make sure that everybody that needs to sign off is actually signing the correct document, but we will resolve that in a matter of days, not weeks and not months. So I ask that you conditionally approve this just while we tidy up any loose ends.
Alderman Graham?
No questions.
Alderman Hurst?
No question.
Alderman McDonald?
You answered my questions, Mr. Del Rosa, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Bell.
Just one question with our attorney here also. Is there going to be any issue with those additional tract owners? In your opinion, do you think we're going to have any issues with them?
No, sir. Yeah, Mr. Miller is not handling this part of it. He's your bond counsel, but
Right.
Joshua Katz, we were notified of the various tract owners, and today I actually met one of the two attorneys that represents the sanctuary or that group. So there is no doubt that they're working through this. And the reason, Mayor Pro Tem, is we will not file the plat or any of the documents until we've been assured that everything's been addressed.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Any public comments on this?
Gentlemen.
My name is Jeff Howard. I'm here representing the applicant, available for the questions that I have.
Okay, thank you. Any public comments on this? Okay, none. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Howard? Would you like him to come up and speak or not? Okay, we're good. All right, if there are no public comments, I'll open the floor for a motion.
Make a motion that we approve the right-of-way encroachment licensing agreement as provided in 5B, conditioned upon the consent and signing of all owners involved.
Motion made by Alderman Graham as presented, and what was the other word?
Conditional upon consent of all the owners and their signatures.
Okay. And seconded by Alderman Hurst. Yes, sir. Any further discussion? Question called by Alderman McDonald. All in favor of approval of item B as presented with language that Alderman Graham directed staff to add into there, say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Any opposed, say no. Any abstentions? That carries 4-0. Item C, discussion of possible action to approve ordinance number 2025 TAC 10, an ordinance of the Village of Salado, Texas, abandoning a portion of public road right-of-way and authorizing the village administrator to execute a conveyance of the same, and providing for the following findings of fact: a saving clause, severability, repealer, effective date, and proper notice and hearing. Mr. De La Rosa.
Okay, I've got a PowerPoint to help our guests and also you. What it did is put a PowerPoint presentation. Go to the next slide, Jacob. This is a 1859 plat of our community with right-of-way widths of 97.5 feet wide. Royal Street, Center Street, Back Street, Front Street, and several unnamed streets. Go to the next slide. You can see there, I've zoomed in the proximate area that we're at, but to the left, you're gonna see, I think you can read college, you see the college mill, 7 acres, the college, right? So for a reference point, okay? So the sanctuary, part of, you might recall back on December 19th that there were some easement issues, wastewater easements that I hadn't seen, and they were actually filed before this board approved them. As I started looking at it, I looked at, well, there seems to be a sewer line when it leaves the Sanctuary North property, but whose property is it? And are we traversing it across somebody else's property? That's when we started looking at the town plats. So go to the next slide. In 2023, January of 2023, you adopted an ordinance abandoning a portion of Center Street. Okay, next slide, Jacob. See the date there? 19th of January, 2023. Next slide. You're going to see that red box, that abandonment. And you'll see a line just to the east of that, the east side of that red box. That is a where the sewer line goes through. So we didn't encroach. Once we abandoned that right-of-way, an adjacent property owner that's listed in this ordinance, file a quick claim deed, has not replatted it. Okay? So going through those records, now go to the next slide, you're going to see that yellow box. That's what the Sutton family has for an easement with one of the tract owners for the sanctuary development. Okay, but it's south of that abandonment area. So my concern was, whose property are we on? Go to the next one. You kind of zoom in a little bit more. Go to the last slide. This is interesting. You can see right at the base of that yellow box at the top center, it says Block 10, Block 7. Block 10 is part of that right-of-way. There's right-of-ways in there. Baines actually comes across to the east, so you can't really tell on that 1859 plat, but you can see it if you zoom in on it, and I have the electronic file that was on file. And again, it was provided to our office. I'd already seen the document. Mr. Howard presented it to our city attorney, which was forwarded to me. At that time, we could identify that some of the sanctuary development was built within our public right-of-ways, right? Established in 1859, it was Dale County, city incorporated, it transferred to city public right-of-ways. Got documentation from a county commissioner in 1997, before we incorporated, identifying Royal Street and College Street, which is that new development at that northwest corner, identifying the 97.5 feet width, including an abandonment or release of that right-of-way on College Street. So long established, town plat's valid, they're valid throughout the state. So how do we move on to get the plat approved? My recommendation is to go through a plat abandonment. So as of late this afternoon, close to 4:30, it looks like I've got the clean copy, the red lines, and the various tracts identified. So we'll be able to go through the abandonment process. Now we know, and here's what the task was. Which tract owner encroached on which public right-of-way to identify it. So I did put in the cleanest copy in here. It looks like now it's been addressed. I just got to spend some time in the next couple of days and then get it before the mayor. So again, I am recommending conditional approval as long as we review the documents. If I got it about 4:30, and Josh got it probably a little bit before me, Josh Katz, our city attorney, we will go through it. This is the best way to abandon. Abandonment is not generally the best approach. There should have been an exchange. In other words, we release the public right-of-way because they're developing X amount of acreage and they're building other roadways. They did, South Main Street, the one we just discussed. So in other words, this certainly would not fall in that gifting provision that violates state law. This is actually an abandonment and an exchange. This is how both legal teams, ours and theirs, decided would be the best way to resolve it. We've got meets and bounds for the sanctuary development. We have benchmarks and probably better description of what the development overlaps into those right-of-ways and which tract owner owns that portion of the development. Okay? I think I've summarized it as best as possible. I'm still recommending conditional approval because I think we're near the finish line. Questions?
Alderman Graham? All right, so this is basically a legal house cleaning to get us straight that has been agreed upon by the team from the sanctuary and the village. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is any private owner of any adjacent properties affected by what we're doing here?
No.
In terms of like taking away property from them or anything like that?
No. The only thing the town plat made me realize is that you have other encroachments that have not been approved by this board.
Okay.
We'll take those up separately some other time.
So not to marginalize this, but I mean, we're basically talking about a house cleaning issue.
It's a house cleaning issue. And part of this agreement, you'll approve a deed without warranty. And for them, actually, when you approve the plat, that helps clean it up. Okay.
And this doesn't affect the right-of-way of anything we have that is an existing street with respect to public safety or anything like that?
They were undeveloped roadways, but they were still public right-of-ways.
Got it. That's all I have.
Alderman Hurst? No question. Alderman McDonald?
No questions, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Bell?
I'm good with this. My only question would be, why the conditional and just not bring back a clean copy for the board to approve?
We, well, the delay has been since December 19th. I'm sure they have other business transactions and financing. It won't take 2 weeks to get this resolved. I mean, we are literally next week away, a couple of days.
No, that's fine. I just want.
Yeah. Just trying to, look, this has been on my desk. I'd like to get this off so I can move on to other projects.
Okay.
And I'm sure they'd like to move on to.
Okay, any public comments on this agenda item? None? Then I'll open the floor for a motion.
Make a motion we approve ordinance 2025 TAC 10 as presented, conditional based on the village administrator's comments with respect to that.
Motion by Alderman Graham to approve as presented, and say that last
with
part.
Conditions.
With conditions.
Second.
Seconded by Alderman McDonald. Any further discussion? Question called by Alderman Hurst. All in favor of approving item C as presented, say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Any opposed, say no. Any abstentions? That carries 4-0. D, discussion and possible action authorizing the applicant Sanctuary Development Company LLC to post a cash performance bond in the amount of $25,523.35 for the Salado Sanctuary North Track project and authorizing the village administrator to execute the performance agreement. Mr. Delrose.
Okay, I'm recommending approval of this, not conditional. This is very similar to what you did with the Sanctuary Phase 1B, which is the east track. I'll have you note or look at the last page, which is the attachment A. It lists some items that are still outstanding. You'll see that $25,000 there. You'll also see that there's a metal beam guard fence, the amount of $13,682 that was not included. It's actually, my understanding, that's Reef's responsibility. We've already approved the construction plans. They've already ordered. There was no reason for me to make another agreement. I think that they're going to honor, try to get it done. They've started working on it, and I think those that drive by there can see that. But I wanted to at least point that out. I did not include in this. I didn't want to hold one group responsible for somebody else when it's already in progress, and that's how we had it noted.
Okay.
But
thank you, sir. Alderman Hurst. No questions. Alderman McDonald.
No questions, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Bell.
None.
Any public comments on this agenda item? None? All right, I will open the floor for a motion.
I'll make a motion that the Village of Salado authorize the applicant Sanctuary Development Company LLC to post a cash performance bond in the amount of $25,523.35 for the Salado Sanctuary North Track project.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Bell to approve as presented. Second. Seconded by Alderman Hurst. Any further discussion? Question called by Alderman McDonald. All in favor of approving item D as presented, say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Any opposed, say no. Any abstentions? So you didn't vote on that one, so that carries 3-0. Alderman Graham he stepped away for a second. E, discussion and possible action on the Salado Sanctuary North Track final plat.
Okay, what prompted the tabling the December 19th was the wastewater agreements, right? That is the last pending item. Had a conversation with Mr. Katz a couple of days ago. Conditional approval. We're going to wrap up. What we're going to do is all of the wastewater agreements that you did not see are recorded instruments. That's why it's on the plat. To undo them and go back and forth, somehow we'll just come up with an instrument that identifies all of those easements and we'll authorize, in my request, it'd be conditional approval, authorizing the mayor to sign off on acceptance of those wastewater easements. We are only accepting the wastewater easements, the trunk lines from 2268 that traverses across the property you know, past the apartments, past the townhomes on the west side, up Center Street to Royal Street, okay? So having seen that, and we looked at the documents, other than you took no formal action on acceptance. That's what cleaned that up, and again, to move this along, I'm asking conditional approval, taking care of that last item.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Graham?
No questions.
Alderman Hurst?
No questions.
Alderman McDonald?
No questions, finished.
Mayor Pro Tem Bell?
And this is dealing with the 49.429 acres?
That's the entire tract.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
And is this contingent upon them posting their cash performance bond? Or
Yes, sir.
Is
It is, and you've done that already, so that's why we can move forward with the plat.
do we have to wait for them to actually post the bond?
Well, it is, and again, they've got to give us the documents that where the mayor can sign off to execute the agreement. You're accepting the wastewater infrastructure, right? It's, in other words, it'll become our responsibility. There still is a 2-year maintenance that would be provided by the property owners or some associate, not the development, but it transfers to the HOA or POA, one of those entities.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Graham?
No questions.
Alderman Hurst?
No questions.
Alderman McDonald?
No questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Bell? Okay, good. Public comments? Nope. All right, I'll open the floor for a motion.
Make a motion to approve 5E as written conditionally for Manny to take care of.
Motion made by Alderman Hurst to approve with the conditions as outlined.
Second.
Second by Alderman Graham. Any further discussion? Question. Question called by Alderman McDonald. All in favor of approval of item E, say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Carries 4-0. Item F, discussion and possible action to approve Taco Bell sign variance request located at the northeast corner of FM 2484 at Lark Trail, submitted by Liberty Signs Incorporated. The proposed project is located within the Salado Center development. Oh, hey.
Good evening, Mayor and Alderman. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we are changing gears a little bit. So we are going to talk about a sign variance tonight, and most of you know that the proposed Taco Bell, that's a buzz already here, and you know, we can't keep that a secret with the sign variance request being on the agenda tonight. So the purpose of the sign variance request is to support Taco Bell's corporate sign standards that do not fully comply with the Village of Salado's existing sign ordinance 2025-02 and Section 8 for commercial signs. Staff has reviewed the sign variance request for 100 square feet pole sign that is 28 feet in height, 7 wall signs, a walk-up window, and menu board in the drive-through. The ordinance allows for 1 pole or monument sign at 32 square feet and 10 feet high, and 1 wall sign. So you can understand why they are asking for a variance. I just wanted to kind of share that with you. I have put together a summary page that's in your packet that it has the list of all the variant signs, and the sign plan map was provided by Liberty Signs. And I'm going to jump to that 1-page summary. I'm sure that you all have reviewed this. I just kind of wanted to break it down a little bit to make sure that you understand as we discuss this moving forward, in case there is not a full approval of all the signs that are being requested. So on FM 2410, which is the south side of the proposed building, that is where the pole sign, where you can see is image P, is the variance for the 100 square foot at a 28 feet high. And the wall sign is image Q on that, which is actually the Taco Bell lettering. So that's going to be the text. On the rear side of the building, that's the north facing the Salado Center development itself. The wall signs A and B. A is the Taco Bell logo, the Bell logo itself. And then, of course, you'll have B is the Taco Bell lettering, which is placed right below that logo. The menu board image is M, pretty basic. That's, where you need to order going through the drive-through, so. And then Lark's Trail on the west side, we've got wall signs A and Q. Again, A is the Bell logo, and then Q is the Taco Bell lettering. The east side facing QT, that's where the walk-up window, that's image number H, and that's basically a directional for pickup orders. And then you have, again, the wall signs, image A and D. A is the Bell logo, and D is the taco lettering. And I would be happy to answer any other questions that you may have looking over the packet. Of course, we do have a representative here tonight on the project that will be willing to speak and answer any questions that you may have as well.
Mayor, if I may, can I ask you, what's the height, 20 feet in height?
28 is what?
No. What is the ordinance state for that zone?
Yeah. 10 feet, sir. 10 feet in height is what the ordinance says. If it's on the I-35 interstate, then it's 20 feet.
Okay. And that's where I'm going, is we don't have regulations for farm-to-market roadways or something, main thoroughfares like that. Okay, so when we did the McDonald's, it's 20 feet high, and it's not appropriately sized. We don't know what the height of SEPCO, and I couldn't find the records when those sign permits were issued and what those heights are. The request, but it's 10 feet currently. What's the face? Like 32 square feet
yes,
of face area. So they're asking for 28 feet in height, which I don't think it's necessarily bad, but they're asking for 100 feet of face area, 200% larger than what we allow somewhere else. Right? So it's not I-35. We know, we've learned from McDonald's, and as a matter of fact, McDonald's was encouraged to follow variance. They chose to comply with that ordinance. Okay? But whatever you do for the Taco Bell, that it shouldn't set a precedence, but it generally does, right? You did it for them, why aren't you doing it for me, right? We all hear that. So you need to take into consideration at the height that you're looking, we utilize the Holiday Inn, the sea level height of the top, because they sit on a hill and needs to meet the same sea level height of the QT. So we're getting much more sophisticated when it comes to the height of signs. If you go to look at SEPCO, you see that they kind of built it up. McDonald's built it down in their detention drainage area, right? So it's down in the valley there. So I want you to bear that in mind. I've not had, Ms. Tennyson handled all of the discussions with Taco Bell. I met early on, I've had some conversations, but I need you to help me when whatever standard you set there may be a standard that we follow along 2484, 2268, or other roadways like that, okay? And then lastly is, you don't have a variance application for this site, but you're going to receive an off-premise sign, local church in that area that wants to put in something equally large on the Taco Bell property or whoever owns the property, okay? It's coming. You need to be made aware of it. Now I'll turn it over for questions.
Alderman Graham.
Thanks. Okay, so real quick, all the smaller signs set aside, the one we're really kind of lasering in on is the 28-foot one, right? And the reason I ask that is because all the other signs are within the parking lot or on the building of Taco Bell, industry standard with Taco Bell. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. So
we have no issues with that.
What's that?
We have no issues with all those signs.
Yeah. We're okay with the height, but we aren't okay with the surface
I
of
would
the
say that-
sign
yeah.
itself. Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm just asking that you take that into consideration.
Yeah, well, how big is that Taco Bell sign, like the face of it again? I know it says 100, but can you compare it to something that's already out there? Like, how big is the McDonald's one? How big is the M?
McDonald's, I think, stayed at 64. Yeah. So your regular signs they were at 32 square feet, 64 square feet, and now you're asking for 100. So, I mean, that's from the small, so it's still basic, everything being on 32 square feet, technically you're 200 times larger. You just need to help us set what that looks like. Right? So, I mean, we all know 100 foot is 10 by 10. Right? So, double-sided. Is that acceptable?
So I would like to say the final page of your packet does have the actual sign, if that helps you.
Yeah, take a look at it. I've got more comments and questions right now. Go ahead.
Okay, Alderman Hurst.
No, I don't have an issue with all the little signs, just maybe some comments later on the big sign.
Alderman McDonald?
Yeah, I got some comments. I just want to put this in perspective of, by all language, this is within a village limits. Am I saying that correctly, Mr. De La Rosa?
That is correct.
All right, so here's where I'm looking at. I'm looking at it holistically across the village, not just in one spot. My only concern is, would we tolerate a 100 square foot sign on Main Street proper now, using that language in simple terms? If I'm not kind of looking at myself, if I would feel that would be good about that. So I think we should discuss the size of the sign immensely.
Well, it's not 100 feet tall.
No, it's 100 by, well, 10 by 10 is 100 square feet.
Yeah.
Let me correct that language then. A 10 foot by 10 foot sign sitting in the middle of Main Street or anywhere on our main inner village area other than out in the outer development. Sure. Would we tolerate that? That's the question I'm going to have.
And that's where I was kind of going to reflect Alderman McDonald's comments, is that we just amended the sign ordinance.
Yeah. We
would have to add a category for the farm to market roadways or something of the main thoroughfare, right? West Village goes from approximately West Williams Road, a little bit to the north, down to Thomas Arnold. It doesn't really, it's not a main thoroughfare.
Sure.
So, but 2484 is, 2268 is, right? And those kind of roadways. So it's not Main Street, so we need to make a distinction that it's not Main Street, that it's not West Village. I mean, what do you want to do for that, right?
And I think, and it's not a debate, not a source of contention, but I think to compare that area with Main Street is comparing apples to onions. Because we would not put a Taco Bell on Main Street, so much less a Taco Bell sign.
Yeah.
So I think that's, we need to think kind of whatever happens on the northwest corner of town that drives traffic there, if they need a, whatever the height is, and that 10 by 10 is really not all that big.
Hey, Mayor, point of order for this, still my time. I just want to say, I understand the apples and onions idea. I get it, and I agree with you on that aspect. I'm looking at it from the point of view of an ordinance is an ordinance is an ordinance, regardless, unless we specialize another ordinance based on Mr. De La Rosa's point of view on specifically for different roadways that we're discussing. I understand that. Thank you. No further questions, though.
And I agree, an ordinance is an ordinance is an ordinance, but that's why there's a process for a variance, so that if they need to go outside of the parameters of that ordinance. Mayor Pro Tem Bell.
Annie, speak to, so you mentioned that there could be a second sign on the same piece of property. Is it going to be equal to,
do you recall
smaller?
The dimensions?
I do not. I do not. We actually just received the submittal this late afternoon, so I need to really look at it, and we don't have a full submittal as of yet. So.
And who would?
I would imagine the local representative would know.
And I do believe that he does. He knows that he's going to be filling out a permission letter stating that the sign will be allowed on his property, and I'm sure that he can speak to that just a little bit more than I.
Who's he?
That will be the owner of the property, or soon to be the property,
right,
is here with us tonight.
But they would be the one who would file the variance for a second sign, right? Not the church or whoever signed their.
They would have to give permission authorizing somebody to file it. If not, they could. I mean, but if you're not the property owner, then you have to authorize somebody to be able to file something on your property.
Right.
Yeah, so it could be, our rules aren't that specific as to who has to file it, but we wouldn't allow somebody that doesn't have the owner's permission to submit the application and talk to us.
Okay.
We want to make sure it's a collaboration for what you're approving, all parties understand. But we do not have that submittal.
And the current QT sign is what size square footage?
I don't recall, it's, I don't recall, I just can't.
Thank you.
Big.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, any more questions?
Not a question.
Okay, any public comments? Or want to bring this gentleman up? Come on up, sir. You got a bag of tacos with you?
Good evening. My name is Dwayne Costiha. I live at 2905 Lost Indigo Trail in Round Rock, Texas. I'm with Takala. We're the Taco Bell franchise city. We have the Taco Bells in the Waco Temple Clean area, Greater Austin area, as well as the Gerald store as well. I think I can answer some of your questions that you had. I had our sign company do a sign survey of some of the other restaurant or retail signs here locally. We looked at the Bush's Chicken sign as well as the Sefco sign. They all seem to be approximately 100 square foot in size, and those signs' height seems to appear to be 30 feet tall. The Quick Trip convenience store appears to be about 75 to 80 feet in height. It appears to be about 200 square feet in size. It's my understanding that Starbucks applied for a variance and has received one as well, is my understanding, but I don't know that factually. And as I shared with Manny and Gina and some of the staff, we're not trying to be the tallest or the biggest sign. We'd like to be comparable. And being a fast food restaurant, we are a convenience destination. We have to be able to be seen for people coming off the interstate or traveling up and down 2044. So that's the reason we requested that sign. It definitely wouldn't be our largest sign nor our tallest sign in our restaurants by any means. In regards to the church sign, this property that we're purchasing obviously is part of the development owned by the Collins family. And Ricky Lindsay is the listing agent for the Collins family on this property. It's after we put the property under contract, we were asked by the Collins family and Ricky Lindsay that since the church just to our north, this is the turnoff or the turn you would take to get to that sign, would we have a problem, Taco Bell have a problem with the church putting what they call an off-premise sign on our property? We don't have a problem with it. We're not charging them anything for that. They would install the sign, etc., and do the maintenance of their particular sign. It's my understanding from Ricky Lindsay that they're only going to have a sign 10 feet tall and meeting the city's standard size and height requirements for the church. So my understanding, I talked to Ricky Lindsay as late as this afternoon. It's my understanding they're not applying for a variance to get it taller or bigger for the church. They just need a variance to have an off-premise sign for the church, is my understanding. So anyway, hopefully that answered some of your questions. I'll be happy to answer any other questions you might have regarding the sign variance request.
I have a question, but I think it's a little bit more to me, but maybe you can add into it here. As those properties build out, I mean, everybody's going to want to have their signs at an appropriate size to where they can be seen off the interstate. How do we manage that footprint in terms of location, or does it kind of self-regulate as different ones come up? I mean, yeah, we got to keep them at a certain cap and size and all that, but I mean, how do you?
Yeah, it's going to be tough because if everybody makes the same type of request, I just told you that there's an auto parts, there's another, restaurant. So the Starbucks is on I-35 frontage. What separates them from the rest of the development is Salado Center Drive because it's a public roadway. If Salado Center and Kelch Drive were not private roadways, if they were not public roadways, but more specifically private driveways, then the entire 40-acre tract would be all off the I-35. And then what you do is you regulate it by having single signs instead more like a shopping center, right? So cities that have this many parcels, you tend to separate pole signs by a distance, something like 200 linear feet apart, right? You hadn't thought of it, I mean, we don't have it, but you could have them put up a sign. They could have a adjacent neighbor that purchased it, doesn't like them, and put up a sign that blocks theirs.
Yeah, and that's kind of my question is, how do you
and it happens
manage that?
Well, we don't have a way to manage it because, as a matter of fact, this property will be subdivided and they're going to sell off excess. So I don't know what that, it's going to meet a minimum size lot, whatever that is, and they cannot create another non-conforming lot. So it's not as wide as I thought it was going to be because now it's being subdivided from the original plat. So there's no real way for us to be able to guarantee that the signs will be apart far enough.
Flagging each other essentially. So basically it's like sign fratricide management by exception.
Yeah.
It's each case is dealt with individually as they come up.
Yeah. And I have seen commercial neighbors put up signs to block the field because it's more advantageous to them. Especially on roadways, frontage roads, one-way roadways, they need the best, the best view. So again, it won't be, not something we can regulate because we don't have that spacing requirement.
All right. John?
That's it.
Alderman Hurst? Oh, sorry, I swallowed the wrong way. All I heard was 10 by 10, so it's not really a 10 by 10 sign. It's going to be like a more of a 13 by...
Approximately 8 by 12, approximately.
Okay.
Whatever.
I was just trying to picture a 10 by 10. That's,
yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Alderman McDonald?
No, nothing else right now, Mayor. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Bell?
Nothing.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Any public comments on this? Mrs. DeRosa, anything else to add? Ms. Pence, anything else to add? No?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. I'll open the floor for motion.
I'll make a motion, we approve Taco Bell sign variance request as presented.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Bell to approve Taco Bell sign variance request as presented.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Alderman Graham. Any further discussion? Question called by Alderman Hurst. All in favor of approving Taco Bell sign variance request as presented, say yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Any opposed, say no.
No.
Any abstention? That carries 3-1. G, discussion of possible action to approve Mill Creek number 1, amending plat lots 1 and 2, block 3, and lot 1, block 9.
Mayor, Alderman, thank you. The purpose of this amending plot located at 602 Mill Creek Drive is to remove the lot lines between lot 1, block 3, and a portion of lot 2, block 3, a portion of lot 1, block 9, and a 0.53 acre tract of land to create a single lot. The city engineer, MRB Group, has reviewed the submission and finds that it does meet the Village of Salado subdivision requirements. The amended plat was presented to the P&Z Commission on April the 8th, with P&Z recommending it 3-0, or 3-0, I apologize. I do not see the homeowner here this evening, but I do want to let you know on behalf of what we learned from the homeowner on the P&Z Commission, the sole purpose of this amending plot was for them to put in a pool at the house. And I'll be happy to answer any other questions. In the packet, of course, you do have the approval letter from MRB, and then you'll have the amended plot.
Okay. Mayor, if I may, you and I drove by there one day. You actually saw the construction, that pool.
Oh, yeah.
A neighbor across, is it Drummond Roadway?
Drummond, yes.
Across the street, came in that same day or next day to state their concern that this pool, fiberglass, above ground, partially in the ground, was gonna either block the waterway. We pulled the plats. There's no record that it shows that that is a FEMA waterway or that there's a drainage on the plats.
But we saw a drainage.
Pardon me?
But we saw a drainage. We saw a tin horn there,
Yeah,
right?
but we didn't see anything going across the property for us to say that it doesn't meet FEMA's requirements. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, so therefore, if it didn't exist or they didn't put it on, we can only make decisions on what we see, right? Now, we were surprised that Mill Creek is in the floodplain, is actually part of the floodway, the road itself. On the, we drove on the front side, so as you go further south on that roadway, it is. I thought it was the other way around, and it is not. So therefore, we would have issued permits based on that plat near the final stages because there's no reason for us not to approve it, and it's getting done. But I wanted to at least bring it to your attention. Got back to the office, and I looked at the plat.
Okay. All right. Alderman Graham?
Don't think I have any questions now.
Alderman Hirsch?
No questions.
Alderman McDonald?
No questions, thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Bell?
None.
All right, any public comments on this item? Okay, open the floor for motion.
Make a motion, we approve 5G as written.
Motion made by Alderman Hurst to approve item 5G as written. Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Bell. Any further discussion? Question called by Alderman McDonald. All in favor of approval of item G as presented, say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, say no. Any abstentions? That carries 4-0. H, discussion and possible action on renewing a contract with AJR Media Group LLC for advertising in tourtexas.com from May 1, 2025 through April 30, 2026 in the amount of $4,476.
Good evening, Mayor and Alderman. This is Tour Texas. This is a contract with them that's coming up for renewal. This is something that we have been a part of over the years in tourism side of it. I recommend that we renew this contract with Tour Texas. Over the past years, over the past year, we've engaged with 49,878 potential visitors through their website, social media, their app downloads, bookings, travel planning, and travel planning searches. Additionally, we have received 238 guidebook requests, generating an estimated economic impact of $11,424. I believe that number is really a little bit low. You probably put that in half. As far as their calculation numbers, it really would be more. And when you include bookings and those type of things too, obviously that generates more. But this gives you a little bit of an average during the contract period, which you will also show that it covers more than that $4,000 that we're paying for the renewal. There is a dedicated page for Salado, making it easy for people to search for things to do in the area, to find local attractions and events. Our website is also a link directly to their page for added visibility and to increase our search engine optimism. And then also, all of this is it ties in really well with our new website and then the new groups that we're bringing to tourism, along with getting our customer relation manager so we can be organized, is to get our newsletter out to everybody, which also we can connect quarterly with all the events happening throughout the year in town, which brings good success to our area and just increasing our visitors. So I think this is a very good program, and I highly recommend that we continue to renewal on it.
Thank you. Alderman Graham?
Comes out of hot tax, right? That's all I have.
Alderman Hurst?
No question.
Alderman McDonald?
General, what was the cost last year, ma'am? Was there a cost fee difference?
No.
Same thing. Thank you. No further questions, ma'am.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Bell?
Well, Mr. Graham took my question, but I'll just state, even though we know that it comes out of the hot fund, will help my future brethren out here. It'd be nice if maybe in this agenda summary right here, if there's a budget impact, maybe we put that in there, what it's coming out of and stuff, just to, that way, not so much for us, but citizens too would see that, hey, this was a budgeted amount, here's where it was gonna come out of, here was the plan for it all along, so I think that'd be helpful, possibly in the future, so, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, yep,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Any public comments on this? Nope. All right, open the floor for motion.
I'll make a motion, we approve contract with AJR Media Group in the amount of $4,476.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Bell to approve as presented. Seconded by Alderman Hurst. Any further discussion? Question called by Alderman McDonald. All in favor of approving item H as presented, say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, say no. Any abstentions? That carries 4-0. I, discussion of possible action on approving to terminate an advance funding agreement for a transportation alternative set aside, TASA, project off system regarding Texas Department of Transportation project identified as Village of Salado, Mill Creek Drive. This is the sidewalk?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, on the first page of the agreement, or this advanced funding agreement, this is the termination. You'll read where it says witness. We entered into a contract on May 8th, 2024 for to construct the sidewalk from Old Mill Creek Drive from Chisholm Trail to the existing sidewalk on North Main Street. This project would need to have been let out in August. Okay, that means we would have to go through the procurement and the design. So we would need to procure that, whatever engineering, put it out for construction, build it, but we get reimbursed. You front all funds up front, and then you get reimbursed. There's no way I can meet that deadline and be able to, we're going to have the funds to be able to let it out no later than early August. Okay? I mentioned back last May that this had already been extended before. There were no more extensions. So it's my recommendation. They said we, and then we ended up pausing them back in, November, December, that time frame. But they, TxDOT continued to ask, are we prepared to procure? And what are the documents? Based on our funding, we just don't have it. So, recommending termination of this advanced funding agreement with TxDOT.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Graham?
No questions.
Alderman Hurst?
No questions.
Alderman McDonald?
No questions, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Bell?
No.
All right, any public comments on this item? All right, I'll open it up for motion.
Mayor, make a motion that we approve item 5I as written.
Motion made by Alderman McDonald to approve item 5I as presented.
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Graham. Any further discussion?
Question.
Question called by Alderman Hurst. All in favor of terminating the advanced funding agreement as outlined in item I, say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That carries 4-0. J, discussion and possible action to approve amending ordinance number 2024 TAC 14A, an ordinance of the Village of Salado, Texas, amending ordinance number 2024 TAC 14, which set a property ad valorem tax rate, approving the ad valorem tax rate and levy of 48.60 cents per $100 of assessed valuation of all taxable property within the corporate limits of the village of the 2024 tax year. To support, fund the fiscal year 2024-25 operating budget for the Village of Salado, providing for an exemption of residence homesteads, reducing exemptions for individuals who are disabled or 65 years of age or older for fiscal year 2025-26, providing for penalties and interest, providing for severability, for repealing conflict, providing for proper notice and meeting, providing for engrossment and enrollment, providing for notification to assessor, and providing for publication and effective date.
Okay, back on March 20th, we tabled this item. At that time, we were considering or having discussions about the local option homestead exemption. As we've come to realize, the state legislature has extended that local option until December 2027. We have an AG opinion request to revisit that, whether it's applicable based on certain factual events that have occurred, but pending that outcome, which could be months out, I was asked to consider looking at the other exemptions that we have. So, having done that, there's a PowerPoint presentation. I've had a lot of communication with Alderman McDonald. If you'll put that slide up, I'll allow him to walk you through this.
Thank you, Mr. De La Rosa. All right, so at the top of it, it's pretty self-explanatory, and this is based off of 2020 census, unless otherwise provided. 990 homes within the Village of Salado built during this period of time. I'm sure there's a few more from now, since then. Of that, currently, it's important, currently, as of yesterday morning, there are 449 homes within the Village of Salado that are owned by members of our community who are 65 and older. The total population is 23,094 based off the 2020 census. Presumably, it's grown a little bit since then as well. Based on Bell County providing data for us on Wednesday morning, there is a $21,589,000 and some change tax value that is currently not being assessed. Am I saying that properly? All right. So what I've done is I looked at the 65 and older piece. I looked at what the current allowance is. In other words, right now the village is unable to assess basically $21.5 million. When you look at the allowance based on it's $50,000 max, or the minimum is $3,000. Okay. What I did is I functionally did the math already. I broke it down to pieces, and this is the part where I will tell you we are potentially have an opportunity to either look at the functional benefit to our 65 and older community, which does represent, by this standard, by the way, 45% of our homes are owned by 65 and older. That's quite a bit, okay? If you go ahead and look at this, whether it be 45, 35, 25, and all the way down that line, you can see the assessed values that would be available, the actual adjusted amount that we could assess off of, and then the actual property tax dollar amount that we could provide back into the village general fund. What's important for me to bring about this conversation is this, and I want to be really clear about this. Everybody gets homestead exemption in Salado that applies for it. I'll start there, regardless of age. If you can own a home, you get homestead exemption. That's at the state level, and that's currently at the village level. At the state level, we don't have authority over the state level authority or allowance for the 65 and older people. However, at the village level, that's a conversation that we're talking about today. What my concern is, and to be very direct about that, is that if you just look at this at its $3,000 mark of allowance, from $50 to $3,000, we are practically evening the tax bracketing for all of our community, because in my opinion, the 65 and older allowance is almost a triple dip on the community as a whole. All right? So there's no easy way to say it. My point of view is, with this allowance, I see it as an undue burden to the younger families who are paying the brunt of the additional tax to cover those who have been, in essence, by ordinance, mind you, which makes it legal by my language, but they have been basically unfairly burdened with tax because of this additional benefit that they get to receive. That's the point of view that I wanted to bring to the board. Regardless of how you see it or how we even look at this agenda item, I wanted you to see this, and I wanted the community to be able to see this for its value. Okay? And my concern is In the end of the day, my concern is if we are here to be good budget keepers for this village, at some point in time, there's going to be, in my mind, 55% of the community who's going to ask us, why are they getting taxed for other people's use conversation? Okay? And I also understand, I'll put it out there for everybody who may want to hear this later. I understand that I'm 100% disabled. I understand that I don't pay my property taxes because federal and state side of the house really helps me out there with that. And I'm grateful. And I get that benefit because of my service and the injuries that I incurred. So I just want to put it out there. But what I am also going to say is, if the state law changed and I had to start paying property taxes, I like Salado. I guess I'm paying property tax. That's just the way it goes. But in the event of, or in the circumstance of the 65 and older, they're already getting the state allowance. And based on what our attorneys told us, we don't have the authority until 2027 to even re-engage us at the state level, and that's if they don't extend the homestead allowance again, where in other words, it effectively functionally takes that away from us at a diocese level. So I would like to address this portion of the tax bracketing that we have currently been providing since 2008, and I have concerns that we're, in theory, it's not a balanced, fair, and equitable tax conversation. So that is my point of view, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you.
And just for clarification for those that haven't heard this before, this ordinance that created this exemption was passed in 2008. It also is the one that gave the additional 20% exemption across the board to all property owners. And the tax rate at that time was 4.2 cents. And the mayor at the time, they signed it, the board approved it, and it gave the additional 20% discount on property appraisals, and also the additional $50,000 for the 65 and up population. So I think, to Alderman McDonald's point, is that when he said triple dipping, they already get frozen by the state. They're already getting 20% across the board, and then we're giving them an additional $50,000 on top of that. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Mayor.
Manny, you got anything to add to that?
No, sir.
Okay, Alderman Graham?
No, I think that's perfectly said. Thank you.
Okay, Alderman Hurst? No.
I said everything I needed to say. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Bell?
No.
I'll open it up to public comments.
I like y'all, I'm an elected official, Bobby Wilson, working in Massachusetts out of the road. And have to make difficult decisions on how to set tax rates. Understanding that property values have been skyrocketing in the last 4 or 5 years. The county has done everything we can to maintain the revenue rate by dropping our tax rate because we understand the impact that the economy is also having on the people that live here. And it's becoming increasingly more difficult to pay taxes that should be paid either. This is new. This is not what we were talking about before. I'm looking through this, trying to digest it. Effectively, on a $98,000, if you were to lower it all the way to $3,000 exemption instead of the $50,000 exemption, it would affect each, or on average, for 449 of those over 65 taxpayers, about $200 on average for the year. So this is technically not too significant in the big scheme of things. However, I do want you to keep in mind before we make a decision on this as well, that those 65 exemptions, 65 and over exemptions are given by the state and were chosen to be given by in the local option by Salado. Because those retirees are some of our most vulnerable populations on a fixed income, the $200 could be, on average, could be very significant for some of those folks. So I don't want you to take what seems to be a little bit of a number, and it's only going to give you $100,000 anyway, if you were to vote on this and approve it all the way down to the $30,000 level. I don't know that it's that significant to the village either. And you would, without question, be affecting one of your most vulnerable populations here in Salado, even if it's just $200 average per year. I don't want you to take that lightly. I understand that. I've made similar decisions with the county. I want with all due respect, your comments were not wrong. If anybody gets an exemption, the rest of everybody else picks up the load. There's no question about that. That's what exemptions do. So not disagreeing with you necessarily in what you said, but I want you to be very concerned and very cautious that you are absolutely impacting folks that can't just go out and get a better paying job, or may already have health issues that $200 a year may very much make an impact on them. And many of them have lived in these houses for 30 years. Since they were purchased. I mean, we all know some 90-year-old Salado. And so what they're paying property taxes on may only be $150,000 on a house that might be valued at $600,000 or $700,000 in today's time. So that freezing at 65 can be very, very significant. But if you look at these numbers, how much are you willing to go down on that for every over 65 homeowner in Salado? If you go all the way down to 3,000K, I'm not saying you're promoting that necessarily. You've done a good job of giving it budget here. At most, it's going to make the village $98,000. I don't know if that makes a break, but it makes a break either. It's very human. From what I can tell so far, looking at what the village has made to date, because of efforts of management and all y'all, you're collecting a lot of your fees on your developments that you didn't collect before. You're collecting sewer income that you didn't collect before, and you're going to be committed to that. I don't know enough about your financials to know what that will look like over the next 6 months or through the end of the budget year. But it looks today like, with what you've made up on some of those other things, that you are going to cover what you may not even, or what you may have to reimburse if the election were not go through as well. So I'm not sure that's even necessary. And I would strongly urge you to consider those things before you penalize our elderly population.
Mr. De La Rosa, how would this affect, if the board approves this tonight in some capacity, how would that affect the existing 65 and up population that already has these, where their property taxes are frozen, they have that $50,000 there and that additional 20%? How is that going to affect them?
Well, depending on when that person turns 65, depending when it froze, I mean, they're still getting the 20% above. It looks like the state legislature is going to raise the homestead exemption. So it is. I mean, we all, none of us are young and we all have aging parents. I mean, we all deal with the same thing. So we're talking about the people with homeowners that are homeowners, right? So, Mayor, that's not an answer that I can quantify because everybody turns 65 at a different age and their property is called or frozen at a different time. And not all homes are equal, right? So, I don't know where they live because I see a lot of these older communities. So certainly, property values have increased considerably considering the type of housing that we have. So the younger families are the ones that seem to be more disadvantaged here in this community as they drive through some parts of town. So you see that it's not one of those answers that I can give you just,
Sure.
Okay. So,
is there a grandfather provision in any of this? I mean, or is that language that we can include in that?
no, look, if you decide to amend this, you're amending something that happened in 2008, right? Somebody next year, the next fiscal year. So this doesn't take effect in the current fiscal year. The next fiscal year, and quite honestly, the exemptions are just that. If you start lowering the exemptions, $100,000 is almost 2.5 cents. Right? So it all comes from somewhere. 88% of your property, if I can recall that slide correctly, you have home ownership in Salado.
Mm-hmm.
That's a high ownership, and for a small town, and I've worked for a lot of small, well-to-do communities, and Salado is certainly getting there.
Yeah, and the state average is 64%, I believe.
Yeah. So, a lot of communities don't offer a lot of exemptions because they default to what the state has. Because if you give more exemptions, then you got to raise the property tax. The biggest complaint I hear is that the property tax is too high. Lower the property tax, lower the exemptions. For me, it's just economics.
Mm-hmm. Alderman Graham, you have any questions?
No questions.
Alderman Hurst?
So, I mean, what do we look, are we like gonna pick and choose which one we're gonna do tonight, or are we just discussing this, or what's our?
I think we're looking for a motion
Yeah,
here.
you can't go below 3,000, and that we confirmed, yeah.
Right.
So you're anywhere in there, this is a discussion, you can table, you can take action. Last month, we looked at the local option, homestead exemption. It's very interesting that they call it a local option because the state legislature took that option away from them.
Right.
So there's not much about an option there. They're just at 20%. So they're getting homestead, it's 20%.
Right. No, I'm just saying, so we're looking at a motion for somebody to say
You can-
25%, 30.
Whoever makes the motion
20K.
first and.
Okay, I got you.
Alderman McDonald, anything else?
Yeah, I'd like to just generally respond to comments. I understand that there are some folks out there that this may impact them. I did some math, I did some basic math. So I went off of a $500,000 home in Salado, and they're 65 and older. They're paying roughly $14.20. They're paying roughly about $14.26 a year in property taxes based on the 486 number that we're talking currently. All right. Because a $500,000 home, by the time you go off of current exemptions, they're really only paying tax on $300,000. Kind of how it really goes. Because they get to take it twice. Technically, from both sides, homestead and the over 65 allowance for those individuals who qualify. When you add, if you were to reduce it down to exactly $3,000, you're looking at a generalized increase of about $215, $215, cents and pennies. So that's what you're looking at. So that is the part where you're pretty spot on in that aspect. What I'm looking at is we have a growing community. We have a growing school-age community here. It's pretty evident by the school that we're building. And the homes that are coming in. And my concern is, if at the end of the day, fair and above board above all things on taxation. That's what's important. That's how I'm looking at things. And so, just because I understand it's $215 for somebody, that might be an effort, but that's an additional 2.5 cents on a taxable side of the house for everybody else who doesn't get that exemption. They got to carry that load, and it doesn't sit well with me. So thank you. I have nothing else to say.
Good. Mayor Pro Tem? No. All right. Any more public comments?
Yeah, Neil Dunch, 1799 Mill Creek Drive. My understanding, and I just one question to Manny, I guess, in the board here. In the surrounding area, my understanding, Temple is offering 10,000. Nobody else does. Is that true?
Temple's offering what?
10 grand off.
On top of.
If we're 65 and older.
It goes to what
us and two other.
It goes to what Tim was talking about a couple of meetings ago. I think that's generally speaking pretty accurate.
Yes.
But nobody else around, it's pretty much zero.
Yeah. This 50 grand that's going on right now is unprecedented in this county, easily.
And our exemptions currently, I think the last number I read was it's 3 times more than what anybody. We are. I mean, I don't. Yeah, our exemptions are 3 times higher than anybody else's. All right. Anything else? Any more public comments? All right. I will open the floor for a motion.
I make a motion that we reduce this exemption from 50 grand to 10 grand. That would be an 80% reduction.
Motion made by Alderman Graham to reduce the exemption from $50,000 down to $10,000. Do I have a second? Does anybody want to amend or?
Mayor, I'd like to amend that by taking it to 5,000.
Alderman Graham?
I'll accept it.
It's your motion.
I'll accept it.
So what was it? Bring it from what?
amend from 50 to 5.
Motion made.
Actually, I tell you what, I'm going to split the difference with you. Let's go to 7.5. What do you think? I'm not necessarily playing games on this with people. I'm just trying to meet you in the middle here. Because I agree with you in principle. I just want to make sure that I'm kind of in the ballpark with simple.
May I ask a question of the administrator before I do that?
Sure.
If we go 7.5, that's not an issue, is it? We can play with partial numbers?
You certainly may.
I agree with that number.
All right, I accept that amendment then.
Okay, the original motion was amended from 50,000 down to 7,500. Is that correct?
7.5%. Oh, no, I'm sorry, $7,500. Yeah.
Okay. And seconded by Alderman McDonald. Any further discussion?
Question?
Question called by Alderman McDonald. Call vote. That's right. So I'm going to go down the line here. It's a call vote. We're going to go down the line individually. Alderman Graham.
Yes.
Alderman Hurst. Yes. Alderman McDonald.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bell.
No.
All right, that carries 3-1. Mr. De La Rosa? Next item, K, discussion and possible action to approve ordinance number 2002-5, TAC 11, an ordinance of the Village of Salado, Texas, prohibiting the parking of certain vehicles. Oh my gosh. Parking of certain vehicles in parking spots on the east side of the 300 and 400 blocks of Main Street within the corporate limits of the Village of Salado, and providing for the following purpose, findings of fact, severability, repealer, effective date, and proper notice and hearing. Mr. Del Rosa.
Okay, I am recommending approval with 2 minor changes. Nothing of any substance, but where it says the 300, 400 blocks of Main Street, I'm going to identify Main Street as South Main Street. So it will match the diagram that's attached as part of this ordinance. So never misled that it was North Main. The diagram certainly shows the intersection of Royal Street at Main Street. Okay, so let me make that with that clarification. And also, Alderman Hurst asked that instead of the 3 parking spaces in front of the jeweler right there by Chupacabra, that it only be 2 spaces. And since I drove the street, I could see the line of sight. I saw the 3rd space. The 4th space was the handicap. I just recommended the 3 spaces. The 2 spaces, I believe, will work and still maintain that line of sight safety issue. The drivers will not have an obstructed view when they look to the south. So with those 2 changes, I request that you approve the ordinance for the mayor's signature.
And I received some phone calls today about this, and I want to clarify some things. They were saying, you know, why can't we just put signs up? Property owners put signs up and say golf cart parking only. And why does it have? Why do we need governance where governance is not needed? I said, well, we can put all the signs up you want to, but if you don't memorialize it in the form of an ordinance, it's not enforceable. So that's why we're doing it. And then it was, oh, okay. So there was some pushback. Once they understood why we were doing it, then they were okay with it. Alderman Graham?
No questions.
Alderman Hurst? No questions. Alderman McDonald?
No questions, Mayor.
Any public comments on this? Okay, I'll open the floor for a motion.
Mayor, make a motion to approve item K, 5K as written.
Motion made by Alderman McDonald to approve item K as presented.
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Graham. Any further discussion?
Question.
Question called by Alderman McDonald. All in favor of approving item K as presented, say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Any opposed, say no. Any abstentions? That carries 3-0. Mayor Pro Tem Bell stepped out for a minute. Item L, discussion and possible action to approve ordinance number 2002-5, TAC 12, an ordinance of the Village of Salado, Texas, prohibiting the parking of all vehicles and trailers on the south side of the 100 block of Royal Street within the corporate limits of the Village of Salado, and providing for the following: Purpose, findings of fact, severability, repealer, effective date, and proper notice in meeting. Mr. De La Rosa.
Okay, we had this discussion, I can't recall, a month ago, 6 weeks ago, about parking in front of the lift station. And also what I did include was parking in front of the lift station on which is faces north, so the north side, the west side of the lift station, so that area between the lift station and that first utility pole, which is probably about 15 feet. We should be able to access that gate with any vehicles. So today we were down at Sanctuary, coming back from Sanctuary. We saw vehicles parked in front of the lift station along the roadway on the north side, vehicles on the west side. We wouldn't get to it. And the other concern is that just to make sure that we put signage that no one parks in front of the guardrail on the east side of the lift station. So it's not the complete 100 block. The lift station is referenced by the lift station, which is located within the 100 block, but it is very specifically in close proximity to that lift station, directly in front or to the east along the guardrail. I recommend approval of this ordinance.
So that would really parking in front of that on the north side of where the gate is, you're hanging out into the street anyway at that point. And also where that guardrail is, if you park in front of the guardrail, you're parked in the street.
Well, the larger trucks were. This is actually on the caliche asphalt and along the roadway. They weren't on the asphalt. I mean, I actually looked at it, but on any given weekend when I'm through there, they're not even parked parallel. I mean, they're angled in, they're sticking out. There's all sorts of.
And this is just, I mean, aside from impeding traffic, but also in the event of emergency at that lift station, and we got to get somebody in there quick. We don't have time to go say if that thing blows a gasket or whatever and it's shooting sewer everywhere. We're not going to have time to go find somebody. We're going to get that vehicle out of the way.
And there's a manhole right outside of that lift station that we need to access.
Yeah. Okay. Alderman Graham.
So in essence, how many parking spots are we losing by putting this in place?
What I saw today was 4 vehicles.
4 vehicles. Okay, got it.
Alderman Hurst, no question. Alderman McDonald, no question. Mayor Pro Tem Bell, none. Any public comments?
Katie Hill, 1221 Baines. Thanks for letting me speak tonight. This proposed ordinance, the Royal Street Parking Ordinance, seems to be a response regarding parked vehicles blocking access to the lift station and creating traffic issues on Royal Street. The ordinance lacks specificity and does not address how far away from the lift station a vehicle needs to be. This is a concern to myself, my investors, and my renter on the west side of the lift station. The draft ordinance prohibits vehicles from parking next to the guardrail on Royal Street. Between the lift station and that guardrail, there's a driveway onto our private property. Never, since I've owned property on Royal Street in the last 10 years, have I seen someone park next to that guardrail. It is literally impossible to do that without blocking that lane of traffic. I have never seen someone park next to that guardrail, and I think that part of the ordinance is a solution to a problem that doesn't exist and should be removed. The ordinance should address the area immediately around the lift station and focus on that problem, not the entire block of 100 Royal Street. Thank you.
Brooke May, 90297 Table Rock. I own Provetro. This is going to take parking from in front of my restaurant. And from what I've been told at firsthand, it was going to take to the sewer, the manhole. And then now the map states that it does not take away parking spots, which would be about 2 to 3 parking spots. It shows on the road, which I understand from the lift station to the road that people shouldn't probably be parking there, but not blocking the private property entrance of KD next door to us. So there's no clarification showing what is actually going to be taken away, and if there is going to be taken away parking spots, then I need the village to make sure that there's ample signage stating that the village is the one that is in charge of towing such cars, and it's not me or a business nearby, that it's the village that's going to be doing that. Within a year of me, over a year of me having a business there, I've never seen a truck having to come in. They come in the mornings. It's a normal truck. It's a work truck. It can definitely fit into one spot close to the lift station. Not a big truck. So it just needs more clarification. I feel like this is the second time that it's been brought up, so just more clarification on what we're actually doing, and maybe just reach out to the businesses and maybe have a conversation beforehand so we can all get together to see if we can rectify the problem instead of us having to find out on the meeting agenda. Thank you.
So I think village administrator just specified that it is not the entire 100 block of Royal Street. Is that what you said?
That's correct.
Okay. And I think, Ms. May, you and I walked over there and looked and kind of mapped it out, estimated where it was going to be, and I believe it was going to be just to the west of that manhole cover right there, which you only have one. She only has one employee that parks there, and so essentially it would be one.
From the first time that we spoke to the map that came out the plot within those for today, it's not taking any of my parking.
It's doing, what would you say?
It's not taking away any of my parking. So you had and you and the man said that there was going to be like 2 or 3 spots, but this map for this meeting said today. So a red line started at the fence of the flip station down the guardrail.
The red box does represent more than 4 parking spaces on Exhibit A.
Up there. Yeah, it's an approximation.
So I just need clarification, because before it was 30 foot into my parking, and then now it says it's not my parking, but then we're still talking about my parking, so I just need clarification.
I think when you and I walked it, my comment was that worst case scenario. Understand? Let me finish. What I was saying is that when you and I discussed it, my comment to you was, hey, no big deal. Worst case scenario, you're going to lose this one spot right here. Okay.
So this was prepared by our city attorney. Had a conversation with them. Yes, facing, that's not necessary. If that's the case, then our school zones don't have that kind of definitions, right? When you put up the sign is your notice, and that will be there. So I just outlined that utility pole is about the alignment from there down to the guardrail. From that utility pole, which is in the public right of way, you look at where that is, which is, it's west of that entrance, all the way east down to the guardrail. When I'm walking, you can use that driveway that accesses between the lift station and the guardrail. The driveway, you're accessing property.
Okay. So nothing to the west of that utility pole. We're not taking anything from that. Okay. Are you okay with that?
So we have 2. Now we're at like 3 different things. So the utility pole and the manhole and the map are all different areas.
I'm aware. Manny, the lift station's here, utility pole's here. Hang on. The utility pole's here, and then you have a manhole here. So are we going to the west of the utility pole or not?
That was not my thing. I looked at it today.
You know, meet with me? Can we make an appointment for like me to see as a business owner?
Ms. May, we're not taking any of your parking. That's what he just said. That's what I just clarified, is that we're not going past that utility pole.
But you're in 3 different spots right now.
Okay, Mr. Lowry.
Is it possible to put on the screen the image so we can actually?
Let's pull up Google Earth or whatever we go.
It's on the tablet.
Can you pull it up, Jacob?
Actually, Google Earth is going to be better.
I was trying to show a satellite view of it so that we can actually see.
Yeah.
It's gonna be in Salado, South Main at Willow Street. That's right.
Yeah. But while they're looking for that, Alderman McDonald has a question.
I do have a question, Mr. De La Rosa. Thank you, Mayor. The area that we're speaking of, is that on private property that we're regulating, or is that the right-of-way? Public
right-of-way.
Public right-of-way. So in theory, that public right-of-way is not private property parking, correct?
Correct.
Include business?
That is correct.
We regulate?
All public right-of-ways.
Okay, I just want to get clear about that. Thank you.
That's it. And you can also do the street view in front of the.
There's a vehicle parked there.
Long ways.
At least they're parallel.
That's a big truck.
All right, what are we blocking? Where can you not park on this? Manning.
There's an entrance on that west side.
Okay.
Okay, when trucks go in, because we've got to clean out, and we know that we're having a lot of fog, fats, oils, and grease right now.
Mm-hmm.
We're dealing with one, right? So there's an entrance on the west side. So you've got to be able to maneuver to get equipment in there.
So one spot about as wide as where that
we
shade
can
is
get
right
out
now. Is
to
that
be
what
able
I'm
to work
hearing?
in it. Yeah. Unless we're pulling out equipment that I need to actually line up to put some type of a crane on it. I just need to be able to get a utility truck in there. There's a gate on the west side and there's one on the north side. And today they were parked in front of that manhole on the north side. 2 cars lying parallel with that fence.
So nowhere between the road and the wastewater or the lift station, one space to the right there where that finger is, thank you very much, and then to the other side, nothing either, right? That's the literal space that we're talking about, is that correct?
Yes, sir. The diagram is just a depiction that approximates the location. The altar will be within 4 when the signage goes up.
I'm curious then why the ordinance addresses the entire 100 block of Oil Street. If this is the problem.
I don't see an address on that lift station. It's located within the 100 block.
It was.
That's not what the ordinance says.
That was put in there as a point of reference, correct?
That's not how the ordinance reads.
So if the ordinance said 100 block of Royal Street with respect to the lift station, would something like that be more?
I think that's more clear. We're seeking clarification here tonight.
Well, the whereas does state access to the village lift station.
Yes.
It is.
It mentions a guardrail.
Well, because they park in between the lift station and the guardrail, they'll block your path that goes down there, your drive. Yeah, they block that, just like last weekend. Every day there was somebody parked there. And that just prevents us from getting into the east side gate.
How about talking to the property owner about putting up signs in their driveway and saying don't block the driveway?
I mean, it's still a gate on that side, so it's 30 feet from.
The gate's on the north side, not the west side. I mean, east side. There's a gate on the west side and the north side, and not the east side.
Along the east side.
Can we drive down that side so we can get a better view?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I thought there was a gate down there too.
So what language do we need to put in this that will satisfy whatever the concerns are? I understand it, and I understand how the language is written. It does reference the lift station specifically.
So what about something like this? And I apologize if I'm speaking out of turn, Mr. Mayor, but So you're in B1 of the draft ordinance, and you go to B1, give everybody a chance to get there. And within that first sentence, about halfway through it anyway, we're talking about or commercial utility trailer upon the right of, or upon the street, up on the street or right of way of the southern side of the 100 block of Royal Street. And then insert there as it applies or with respect to the lift station. I mean, I know it sounds like we're splitting hairs, but I understand Katie's point here with respect to the verbiage of the ordinance itself. Because we're really looking to neck this down to something that clearly states for those that follow us, we're talking about more than or less than just the 100 block of Royal Street. You know, again, I'm just throwing an idea out there.
In the interest of clarity, I'd like to send this back to the attorneys and have them reword this so that just to take out any sort of confusion or anything like that, and let's put the proper wording in there so that there's no misunderstanding. And I think that's probably the best thing to do.
Will there be signage on the gates that states that if you block this gate, you'll be towed?
Will it be what?
You'll be towed.
It'll be once if the ordinance passes, it'll be some language to the effect of, you know, no parking in accordance with whatever the ordinance number is. It's up to you guys. I'm just making a suggestion. You know, I think we need to table this and get it and send it back to Mr. Katz and get him to reword this and let's be very specific about what we're talking about. So, all right. You have anything else to add to that? No. All right. I'll open it up for a motion.
Mayor, I make a motion that we table this until we have a legal review, wordsmith this in a better way for the community to understand.
Motion made by Alderman McDonald to table this and send back to our legal counsel for review. Second. Seconded by Alderman Hurst. Any further discussion?
Question.
Question called by Alderman Graham. All in favor of tabling pending legal review, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. The abstentions? That carries 4-0. We already did item M. Item N, discussion and possible approval of the financial reports ending March 31, 2024. Mr. De La Rosa.
Okay, there's the financials. You've got that first sheet with the fund balance summary. Any questions? Any specific?
One comment, great job on the revenue increases there. The ones that are above 100%, commend you and the team on that. Second thing I have is with respect to the engineering, I noticed that we're over there. And it's line item 5701, professional fees, general engineering. We're at 142.31% spent. And I know we've been holding developers more accountable for engineering fees associated to that. But I guess my only question is, were these, I don't know, talk me through the excess.
Much of it was billable. Okay, so Ms. Pence has been following up with development before we release them, before we file plats, that they pay up all development fees, right? One time we were doing development plats for like $200 and not collecting anything up.
Yeah.
Big hits. So most of that you will see. The mayor inquired about the legal. The legal is not, most of it's not. If you look at how much legal work we do, how many ordinances we're cleaning,
sure,
how many open records requests, how many of everything that we get, it gets legal review. Mayor, you even stated it. Nothing gets here before we got legal review. We do that. So that we won't recover. It's probably going to exceed it, but certainly engineering we are collecting. So if we had an opportunity to be able to capture exactly that those costs and the revenue streams that we could track those, it would give you a better idea. But we are, yeah.
So
just not tracking it that way.
a fair chunk of that 142.31% will be recoverable as we continue through our budget cycle.
Yes.
That's great.
And
The only question I have.
those are questions I ask when we sit down and we go through the invoices. I look at those invoices specifically for MRB, for Bickerstaff, and see, and go down the line and say, can we invoice that? Can we, for reimbursement? And so we are keeping track of that.
Makes sense.
Alderman Hurst?
No questions.
Alderman McDonald?
No questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Bell? Thank you. Any public comments? Nope. I'll open the floor for motion.
Motion to approve budget as presented.
To approve the financial?
Or financial statements, I'm sorry, we already approved the budget. Financial statements as presented.
Motion made by Alderman Graham to approve item N, the financial reports as presented. Second by Alderman Hurst. Any further discussion? Question called by Alderman McDonald. All in favor of approval of the financial reports ending March 31, 2024 as presented, say yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Any opposed, say no. Any abstentions? That carries 4-0. Item 6, executive session. The Board of Aldermen will enter into a closed executive session to discuss the following. A, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.087 to deliberate the creation of the Mustang Springs Improvement District. B, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.087 to deliberate a revised economic development proposal from Salado Hospitality Investments, LLC. And C, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074 to deliberate the evaluation of village administrator, but we're actually taking that one off tonight, Mr. De La Rosa. So it is 9:31 and we are going into executive session. Okay, it's 10:15. We're leaving executive session and reconvening into the regular Board of Aldermen meeting. Item 7A, discussion and possible action on agenda item 6A, which was, let me find it. Where did it go? Deliberate the creation of the Mustang Springs Public Improvement District. All right, Mr. De Rosa, anything to add to that? Okay. Public comments? Or comments from?
Just we're available to answer any questions if any come up.
Okay. You don't want to say anything to the board? You don't want?
Well, if you're giving me the mic, of course I will.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the board. My name is Patrick Bourne, work with Sundance Analytics. Here with James Kirby and Prava Sinclair, the developer of the property, as well as the attorney for him. What we just wanted to come tonight is we didn't want to give a presentation. We've given presentations on the property before, so we were just going to keep it nice and short and sweet. Just request that the city, that the village create the PID for this project. We've been working with the city, I'm sorry, I keep saying city, but I mean village, and I apologize about that, Alderman. Just the PID creation is the first step in many steps in the PID process, right? When a PID is created, there is no assessment placed on the property, no levies assessed, no bonds are issued. The board has control over all of those parts, and each time the developer will need to come back and request each of those steps from the board, and at that time they have the ability to choose to approve or deny each one of those different steps. So really the PID creation is just that initial step where we create a boundary, identify the area of that public improvement district, and oftentimes it really just works as a symbol or as a step, because it is an order or resolution in moving forward and showing that sign of good faith that the village and the developer are working together to continue to provide additional information as we go through the next steps of the PID. And so we request that you create it this evening, and that we're available here to answer any questions that you may have. So thank you.
Okay. Alderman Graham?
I have no questions.
Alderman Hurst?
No questions.
Alderman McDonald?
No questions, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Bell? Mr. Miller, or Manny, I guess, is it appropriate, can I walk back here real quick with Mr. Miller?
You may.
Just ask a question.
Yes.
Monday too.
Okay, my apologies. I just need to get clarification on something right quick. Sir, what's your name again?
Patrick Bourne.
Mr. Bourne, okay. I understand kind of in your eyes that this is this is a simple step to the creation of the pit or whatever the case is. For us, this is not, it's not that simple. It's a commitment for us. And it's something that we're going to be married to, and somebody likes to dissolve marriages. So I think there's steps. You said that the first step in this is the creation of the PID and then the assessments and all that. But according to our PID policy, there's a lot of steps that come before that, before the creation of the PID. And I think that's kind of where we're at, is that we still don't know where we're at with a lot of things. So I think at this point, I don't know, Alderman Graham, do you have anything else you want to add to that?
No, I think that's pretty much it.
Alderman Hurst?
Same thing.
Alderman McDonald? Concur. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Bell? So I think at this time, just based on what we discussed back in executive session, we're not going to take any action tonight on this agenda item. And we'll just revisit as necessary. And I think that you mentioned about good faith. We've shown good faith. And we have for the past 2 years. So we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Next item is 6B. I'm on a piece of paper. I got it. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.07087, to deliberate a revised economic development proposal from Salado Hospitality Investments LLC. Again, not going to take any action. We gave Mr. De La Rosa some direction as to where we want to go with that, and he knows what he's supposed to do. So no action on that item. And then item C, we've removed that, so we're going to no action on that as well. So the next item on the agenda is adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
So moved. 10:23.
That was one of the shortest meetings.